Everyone to another live stream. Today live with your truth one and only and vibe coding. Yes, people want to convince me of large language models and send me patches. No, I did not vibe code. Yes, people sent me vibe code. Thank you, Trap. Let's see how this compares to our own attempts to resurrect ReiserFS. Let's welcome Trap. And everyone. So the patches here look quite nice. So viewers spent their large language model tokens on that. Actually relatively good looking patches here from state-of-the-art LLM things. Of course for us, and welcome Chris. Unlesson, got my Simpson drive. Downhill, amazing. We knew already the changes. We worked 2 times already. So for every new to our stuff, we do T2 Linux and we keep certain things alive, like 486, PS3, and so on. And one thing is ReiserFS, because this was like other people's first mission critical journaling high performance file system 20 years ago, and I still have dozens of disks. I had this manually resurrected, as we usually do in T2 Linux when upstream Linux Foundation deletes something we like. But there were some major changes that were a little bit annoying. I spent already some, probably hour here and there. Most of the things, so first look here, impressive. I mean, the job wasn't to rewrite the stuff. The job was to rebase it, which it did a relatively clean job here. We need to compare this with our own work. So this is the context stuff. So what this is doing, what Claude AI did here, is adapt the API similar to what we have done. This is here relatively similar. Here's this new, we've seen this is gone, so that's correct. Here is a calling convention changed. That new fill super is FS context. I had done this similarly, although I did this first, they do this later, it's not really. So what I usually do is I keep my main base pointers usually at the beginning. Maybe, I mean, it's not the most important, except like the only thing is it's a little bit safer, or maybe sometimes micro optimization performance. It is safer because usually if you have other stuff, and if you have other stuff and you do not override, like if you string overrun your stuff, then if the base pointer is first, you do not overrun it that easily, but extremely minor things. So that's what we have done yesterday. AI did the same, so we have converted, we found this inode stream, so the large language model had to find quite some stuff. One thing here is interesting. This I didn't see initially. Okay, so they duplicate the string. So one thing I didn't do yet, and where yesterday I was like, nah, I'm not really in the mood for that. But AI has no choice. The master commands the AI sometimes follows or hallucinates some stuff. Yesterday I was wondering, I'm not really in the mood to rewrite all the pathing code. AI did this pretty redneck engineering. I did not even think about this. So AI did this lazy, interestingly lazy. Things to be learned. So because the new Kernel API has here this FS context, they deleted this remount API, and I was yesterday like, I'm not feeling like parsing this stuff here, but yeah, AI just large language model just copies the string like do. Didn't even think, but yeah, I mean it's a super low cost redneck engineering solution, but hey, I didn't even think about doing it like this. But yeah, what this gives is that this allows to just reuse this here in this, wherever this remount stuff was, somewhere, because there was option parsing. An interesting low-tech solution by the large language model. Do we have did I even do that yet? ReiserFS get tree. Did I? I think maybe I did this. So here's reconfigure, and here's a supply. That's what I didn't do yesterday. Here's the large language model just uses here. This is probably that here, right? Options, context options there. That is where yesterday I was like, nah, I'm not really feeling like rewriting all of this, refactoring all of this. But yeah, AI has chosen a least cost most minimal thing of passing that through. Is this part of the API? Ah, yeah, there is free. Okay, there is free. Okay, I think we didn't do that yesterday. I think the example code we based upon didn't have this anyway. AI is changing, so I did not do that. I've seen this. The other Linux kernel code, like maybe even Tetsu or other kernel developers, re-indented this. I usually don't re-indent this. I usually don't touch. Good. I did bring up that it did so and suggested further work to make it nicer later. Yeah, I will not touch this trap because like refactoring this for me is pointless, right? I want to sometimes. I'm not wanting. I mean, first of all, changing the option parsing does really has zero benefit. And for me, it basically it has mostly only negatives of it wastes my or AI time, and it can break things. And yeah, I'm not a fan of this constantly changing, the only constant change in regressions. So rewriting this option parsing code, unless we and AI do it perfectly, it can only break things. My point is not to use ReiserFS in production. My point is that I have dozens of disks and maybe even still installed decade-old installations that still are installed like this, which that's the thing. Like even my small hobby adventure business thing here has data in that format, right? So that's why I'm not agreeing with this deletion. So what was that here? Was this further? Page folio. I did this. I mean, the funny thing is that AI did this. Oh, it's signed off by T2. Signed off by T2, right? Backport. That's a funny sign off. Only see this now. I think this API change was earlier, right? So I'm not really sure why it did the mount conversion first, but maybe, I mean, AI is not, it's not real intelligence, right? It's large language model, text prediction, storage, hallucination things. So logically it would be like a human would be the first API change was this. And we did this already. At least I think this was the first API change because I had this previously. I think that's not necessarily in order, which does not matter the most, except naturally if you some years of kernel changes, you would adapt every quarter or year, and they would naturally stack up of that's the first change and that's the second change. I think the order here is reversed. And here it plumps it back into the kernel, which was part. I mean, that's again. I mean, if you, I mean, maybe that is the right order. It's just not my natural order, and I will compact this patch to one patch again, and we will diff it to compare it with what we have right now from a human. It's a little bit unintuitive order, but like plumbing that back in last, but for bisecting it's the correct order of like first adding the base code and fixing it to work, and then like because then if you bisect you don't have a broken thing. It's just I first the natural order. But I mean, yeah, you could order regards preserving history and being bisectable. I mean, maybe this order is even a requirement for Linux kernel of like first adding stuff and then wiring up. It's probably the correct order. Yeah, so that's just this. This API, what would be interesting, I think Trap said the AI said it was tested. Did it say that here? Applying building minimal smoke test. I'm not sure if AI meant it did that, or I mean I would wonder if it could do that. Yeah, it added you some for junior developers some hints, like that is how you could smoke test that. Thank you very much. So let's, I guess, apply. I wasn't on this system. The question was if AI said AI tested this. So let's apply that and compare that with our patch. Now we have here really many kernel trees in the meantime of every random thing. We did the last days of all the CPU enablement. The good thing is that we have a human. So the thing is, like, is this 100% original code? The good thing is that I had done that. Oh, that's a funny date. Why is it 1960? Is it not usually 1970? Why is this date so? Or is that because that is Unix time 0 minus 5 hours? That is funny. So that is what this is. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that like that, but okay, maybe. It's not my time zone to see. That's interesting. It's an interesting sword. I did never. It's the first time I see it like this for some reason. Maybe I never. Didn't have root access. I mean, the question is what it can do on its side, right? The question is not what did it do on your system. The question is also like with KVM. I mean, AI could do it in data center, right? On their side. I don't know what complexly super fancy stuff they YOLO'd up there for that stuff to randomly do things. Plus for KVM, you only need KVM group or similar things. It's all on your agent side. Okay. But could it like but the LLM runs on the servers, right? Theoretically, they could run stuff on the servers before it gets a result to your agent, no? I would think that should be possible. I don't know what kind of things they thought about and what they implemented. I'm only saying. They could, but they don't. Okay. I don't know such details. Let's copy that over. The only thing is we need to regen that patch. That is a little bit annoying now. But that is also the reality. Even if you get this from other people, I mean, I could have it as 4 patches, but given at T2 we had some 100 patches, and then I sent some 30 plus or whatnot upstream. I wonder how many patches we currently have. Probably too many. We even still theoretically 131 freaking patches. Oops, did I mention you should share, like, and subscribe? 2 hour stuff of keeping all the things alive. Also, if someone has a better name for the T2 Source Foundation. So Source 2 Foundation. Hey, how about this? The source, the one source. Hey, the one source foundation. Now we get into naming. So it is similar if you would get this from a coworker. So I guess we do that by moving the ReiserFS patch out of the way to disabled for or whatever. Maybe I should stop typing disabled, as this is a loaded word. So maybe we should call that just off in the future. It's even faster to type. Then I will apply the patches, and I mean, there is interdiff and whatnot. There are probably patch utils to unify that. Just they are a little bit cumbersome to use. And so, also welcome everyone. Can you share the GitHub link of it's private? Or do you mean, I cannot always share everything. I don't want to expose other people further than I already do, but if you mean the GitHub of our dude, then that would be, all you need is basically this GitHub to work on and support T2 Linux. Did I even? Yes, I had support there. So welcome everyone on YouTube too. Let's see how's our people interested. Did it work? We tested now. We tested now together. It looks surprisingly good. But so this was not cheap. According to Trap, you said 38 minutes of agent compute time. Whatever that would be cost in real of the best model currently available. You said so 38 of wall time. All right, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's a better term of with compute time. I meant wall time. Yeah, it could be days of compute time and accumulated parallel stuff of 38 minutes of real wall clock time testing and whatever. So Linux, we have here many things. This here should be today, right? 1540. So that's the patch. Then we make a backup. So usually, yeah, basically make a backup. I mean, we could even does ref copy, so that's potentially tempfs. Actually, I might run eventually out of swap space things. How much do I have here? In like gigabytes. Okay, I have some memory. I never did ref link always error whatnot Linux to unrecognized ref. Wait, did my keyboard again fail me? Operation not supported. Did it do something at least? That's funny, that doesn't work reliably. That's interesting. Bug report, Linux kernel bug report. So much to does that work on tempfs? No, it doesn't. Quickly check the YouTube comments. Most part Claude works, however, month. How about using Claude to fix yesterday's Mali artifact glitch? I don't saw Trap is here, one of our experts. Trap YouTube James asks, how about using Claude to fix yesterday's Mali artifact glitch? This kind of things I have really hard to grasp how to wire up agentic AI agents to debug. Like, I mean, that's certainly when you are the owner of Claude and can run like 20 Claude instances things in parallel. I mean, theoretically, you could give it all the sources and it might be able to, if you give it a feed, like would you give it a feed to the video output capture and then like here's the kernel source and here's the mesa source and good luck and see you in 24 hours. I guess for reasonable results it would need to have some feedback of wiring up the live video output capture feed, but it can do anything you can. Yeah, I mean, it can do anything. I'm only wondering how to wire up debugging of that stuff, seeing what it's supposed to debug. 20 euro sub, and I had the 20 euro sub and 5-hour session was ending in like 50 minutes by just reading a very little project context. Interesting. Agentic AI is still bad, but vibe coding only. Supervised vibe coding with human supervision works well. Okay, let's see what that does. What's even my... Okay, let's reverse copy this. We downloaded this here somewhere. It's probably patches. So let's see, patch P1. Oh, we have a zip. Okay, we can also just, I mean, nearly enough for a loop, but let's see, restore source tree. And we could try to build it, but we could also wait, why did wait, what? It did, where did it? Here, read me a pitch. Wait, what? Oh, because I have something so stupid. The only thing here now is all the org files. It's a little bit annoying. So the order might be different. I guess let's first compare aborted use. Somewhere like, do I have many? How bit perfect did it reproduce original source? Maybe it does, if given the source tree. Variance open the space because everyone is still L big. What did I? LLM causes will definitely not go decline, in fact will increase. Yeah, totally. Never 100% agree. Totally. Okay, discussions. I mean, the thing is 20 plain for fooling around. Serious work right now. Yeah, 100% agree. This stuff is expensive, will only get more expensive. All AI companies operating at a loss, 100%. Okay, so let's just overwrite this. And that's probably quite some diff. Let's see. Okay, it changed here things. Okay, that's page folio. Interesting. So this port, I don't know if, so I did this yesterday, so that's locked, I think. So this might not be correct what AI did here. At least my manually brain did this, but at least the code didn't completely change. Okay, it changed this. What I yesterday said this data is null, don't need it. So AI didn't do that. That's fair. I mean, I noted that yesterday. Okay, I'm surprised how bit identical that reproduces. That's at least something. What does it here return? Red wall. Did it? I think it deleted red wall. It did arrow pointer. Like maybe AI thought like we need to review that. I mean, that's an interesting random found. It was not really part of the scope, but maybe that's correct. But that's the thing. You need AI does not like this AI. You only need to be better. AI is not replacing proper review and stuff. Folio buffer page. So this stuff here, page private. I mean, we will see if it works. I was, so my own rebasing did not yet fully work because I didn't have time to think about some year ago change. I would not named it monolithic, but name doesn't matter. But it certainly helps that I did that previously, and I mean, I would probably even edit this here away, the superfluous reindentation. I would rather keep it more minimal. dset is no longer exported. We have to install operations on the matching dcache of revalidate flag by hand things. Poison ops only implements DREA, so this is the only flag we need. What does it do here? Is this order or did this? It's a little bit unfortunate if that is so. Where is this dnode? inode? IO. So I just review this, what to expect here. So it added this here, this previously produced warnings actually did. Struck the entry star. Actually, it added the name here. I had ignored that this produced. I mean, it's interesting. So this produced a warning here. This unnamed stuff here in whatever. I just ignored the warning. But I wonder. Oh, it did this. Okay, now I see what. This is deleted because I just appended the patch. So that is why. Okay, it looks mostly what I did. Has a chance to work, but will it? Let's find out. Only one way to find out. Actually, clever would have been to compile this while we were talking. Need to. What is it? Did it say this deprecated before? That was originally there. Yeah, we should have done this before, but now, yeah, now we need to wait. Would have been clever to do that in parallel. By the way, something strange happened here with my Qualcomm this morning. To learn code just to understand what AI. The worst will be this. You will have to learn to code just to understand what AI is doing, but you won't almost code and only supervise. I mean, the question is it the worst thing? I have, I mean, basically everyone becomes a manager of their own code army. It's a little bit, I mean, I'm certainly skeptical due to multiple things. I see huge problems with, as I mean, I see more problems with the big mega corporations doing that, and other seeing what social media did to society. Um, I see more problems of more people becoming poor couch, couch potatoes and whatnot. But if we don't see everything that negatively, maybe it's a good thing. Look at me needing to constantly fix other people's code. So if in the future could tell some data, like some positive Star Trek Next Generation future, if you tell your personal data, like data or lore or before or stuff, or what was the daughter's name? Data's daughter. If you tell the Star Trek board computer, like, computer, implement Z for me. I mean, I don't need to write every letter myself in order to orchestrate amazing code. The question, I have more questions with society and jobs and things and stuff, and being dependent by big mega corporations, but certainly funding a T2 code 1 T2 AI code A. Can we focus? A1 code. Computer, ich befehle, errechne mir den Code. Befehle dir errechne. I think they didn't talk like this in Star Trek Next Generation. Welcome, Skazi. Currently one biggest problem, fragmentation and high entropy mass I only see by AI. Yeah, the thing is, we see people who clearly can barely code flooding open source projects with random shit. I just yesterday morning woke up with 14 kernel patches because like I sent so much stuff upstream since Christmas that now I constantly, because like the git send patch includes the last people who patched this, so now every day I get copies of patches. Thank you, everyone. And I just woke up on Sunday, I believe it was, or Sunday, I guess it was yesterday. It's like, hey, you have 14 frame buffer patches of pointlessly replacing string copy with string s copy or whatever, which like pointless replacement stuff by some AI Cheng from China. I believe it was, and it's like completely pointless, right? Replacing mostly static strings. It's like, hey, for security, it's like, dude, we don't need security if like copying and vintage. I don't even understand why those people do this. Is this new stuff of like, hey, I want to be famous and pretend I'm a coder, so I get my name into the Linux kernel for my CV, and then I can tell like, hey, deep computing and stuff, hire me for your RISC-V stuff. Alibaba and Xian Chai, hire me because like, hey, I'm such a good Linux kernel programmer, and then like the things they contributed are like replacing tree-wide, replacing string copy with string s copy or whatever. But I think if open source people, like, thankfully I was like, dude, why do I wake up with this 14 patches that don't even really affect me just because I recently patched 2 of those frame buffers? Thankfully Helge Delaire replied like, dude, this is mostly bogus, thank you very much for this and that reason, and doesn't help much and actually makes it worse, and have a good day. And we more often, we should simply reply, sorry, this random stuff is not making it better. Try something meaningful next time. And maybe people would stop sending AI slop, pointless tree-wide security substitution of static C strings in ID things in the Linux kernel. Yeah, let me know what you think. Somehow my VM here broke. I think it broke running out of space. I don't know what problem it has here. Unable to create pristine install stream. I think I broke it with running out of space, which is rather meh. Also, I basically need to install, and which SSD do I even have here? Which one is that? 1 terabyte. I agree with you that what way costs will go down through open models, cost frontier things. That's my prediction, certainly part of it, but some people are just ignorant and don't really understand what they are doing. I've gotten patches from people who have zero clue what they're doing to improve things. 1 terabyte. Yeah, there are more of those patches. Some got applied and reverted a bit later as they noticed it's not fitting. Which one? This terabyte? Yeah, this is my old terabyte. It's my abundant terabyte of, which is even crucial. Actually, this is a cheap one. I think it's a low performance one, right? Crucial T7. Did I mention, please share, like, subscribe? I need more terabytes. For like, because I'm running out of disk space on my Qualcomm VM. Buffer IO, oops. What? Oh, but this is something else that is... I mean, I even have here a little bit more... Oh no, I don't have more space. How much terabyte did I... okay, this was some small stuff. Ah, that's so wrong. 400 stuff gigabyte gone that quickly. Yeah, I didn't delete the windows, and that is, how much is it? What is even consuming that much? Ah, the I have another T2 installer, yeah. Oh, I saw I'm not in the mood of reinstalling this Qualcomm X1 Elite stuff with all the hacks. No tag, welcome. Was waiting for it. What? Missed the beginning, but I was waiting. Waiting for what? For AI? Legacy news, they don't make memory for... That is an SSD, NVMe storage things. Yeah, we need... the thing is, I don't know if this thing boots. I mean, what better time to find out than today, right? Because I don't know... I don't know if this X1 Elite will boot if I take this drive out there for the Qualcomm proprietary things. Okay, it did build, but the question is, will it work? Testing this here now will be fun. Okay, I guess we test this a little bit optimized, as in... So the kernel should not be modified. I mean, we could copy that though. Because we need to make an init ID to boot it. I mean, I mean, yeah, we need. Is there a new kernel to up? No, there isn't. Yeah, okay, let's play it safe. Let's copy Arch. It's also so silly that this is here. Some really strange engineering. This should be like in some... I mean, theoretically by now the Linux kernel should... SSD is still memory. Okay, if you call it... For me it's storage, but if you call it T3 Linux, when AI Linux, hear me out. AI Linux, the future. So to test this, we need better infrastructure to just test this. QEMU system enable KVM. What was memory? This, like some gigs. Kernel. So let's see. Do we have ReiserFS in here? Yeah. Okay, then these F24s, just do it, man. I can't mount it. You see, I can't even mount it for testing purposes because my running kernel doesn't support it anymore. Thank you for deletion. Why is this so annoying? Ah, reset, not resize. That is why this is annoying. So, HDA test image. Wait, SD? Wait, what do we know such device? SDA, is that why can we... Ah, because that is a stupid mount. Didn't crash. That's better than my patch because I didn't have finished some things. Yeah, congulation trap. Your AI, your Claude AI has successfully made that not crash instantly. We could do a full test, which I mean, yeah, I'm surprised. I'm impressed, kind of impressed. It did indeed mostly work. We should copy some data on it because right now we didn't test anything. Didn't wait. What? Do not have. Wait, why did... Okay, probably did something stupid. What did I do here? Ah, wait, CP didn't work? Oh, maybe that's a case of CP being moved. Okay, no, whatever, maybe something stupid. I mean, hey, at least adding one file doesn't crash. Does unmounting crash? Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Trap and your Claude AI Cortex assistant. It survives mounting, it survives, but I mean, all in all, the changes are not that big, and that's what I always say. I mean, also I had previously done most of them. Given that I previously only had done most of them, is just because wasn't a crazy change here. And that's exactly my point of with this deletion of this were not crazy changes. And the difference is being able to get an old hard drive when we look for something, because now each time it's like, what did I do 20 years ago? What, like, let's test some 10, 12-year-old, I mean, not even 20, let's test some 12-year-old test install with 3D acceleration or whatnot. Like, each time I take a disk now out of my archive, I can't read it anymore, right? So, and that's my argument of like just maintaining it the most bare minimal. There is no reason, also focus, there is no reason the Linux kernel foundation should not have, they have Minix, like stuff that even I never in my life used. Why do we have Minix and QNX file systems? I think we have even QNX 4 and QNX 5. I mean, yeah, they are nice to have, but like that is this, in my opinion, wrong priorities. Also, like this camera totally doesn't have it. Probably should also move that a little bit over here of things. I think I think people, my kid and other people constantly walk against the camera here in the middle of the office. Right now, you would argue it's not cost effective to even live. I mean, it depends where and how and what, but yeah, just that I'm not sure if I want to afford it that significantly, but this work was appreciated because like this, we have ReiserFS again. We could do a full system test. For that, however, where did I log out? I need to be careful here. So thank you for your contribution. Let's test it more. Also, I think the one things are I think there where it's locked, the read one things are wrong. Because the documentation said read once when not locked and read when locked, and also to keep this patch smaller. So are humans still needed? Yes, the question is how long. So let's just make it how it was. I think it had only one space, which is fine for me, just for the sake of keeping this patch more minimal. In my opinion, there is no point of... It's a little bit perfectionism. I mean, yeah, you could argue this should be indented like this, but... Because like this, the diff is slightly smaller. Okay, some more. I mean, do we need to change that? No. This here we can patch just so, which is it even code, IOCTL numbers, CD things. We can just keep, we could delete this, but we could also keep patching this just to see if they ever delete that. Somehow it changed this quoter text here, which it's a little bit, now if we wanted to be true perfectionists, we could revert that kpatch kconfig thing there. So as you see, the AI, I mean, the AI did this context stuff cheaply. I might not have without AI. I did not have. I'm not sure if I mean, usually I am known for creative minimal solutions, but to be honest, I did not think about that like that. So that's something. I also I didn't do this thing here, this ID map thing. I hope they're correct. Again, I would not necessarily run it in production anymore. Yeah, before we do, what is it here like? If you're running journaling system like ReiserFS block conf, that is funny that what? FS buffer. It added their comments. Or whatever did it maybe it didn't revert that, did it? Minus it deleted that here, which maybe we should keep it in there as a reminder for ourselves not to forget. I had a typo, right? Yeah, sorry. I noticed it in YouTube. I only had the typo in Twitch. I noticed this when I copied this to YouTube. Problem keeping busy machines around, replacing hardware goes wrong. I think so. What was an option to be had, I guess? What you say, server hardware setting up there goes, or what you saying? Can even host something like Gamma or Quensing something, reduce cost map. Was just to show that it's capable and it's cost effective. Is his decision. That is one thing with AI though, that you get random changes and you need to, like, if you care about those random changes, I mean, you need to be careful and watch it. Because it deleted this block thing here. Maybe I just restore it to be so mwave or wherever. Was the maintainers, right? Where was this? API kconfig fs buffer. See, it was after fs makefile. Here's fs makefile. Wait, what? Did I say fs makefile? Question is this white space correct? So I only do this as a reminder for us if we continue to working like this to... Oh, somehow... I guess I moved... Did I move that now? So much to messing up this patch. Are there fs buffer quoter kconfig fs makefile? Someone moved it to the wrong place. I hate when I screw up stuff like this. Where is that now? Where the heck did I lose that to? Oh, here, a blocking buffer. Where was it? No. fs makefile. Should be here. Where did I have it? Why does this change? Am I too stupid for that? Why am I too stupid for that? Oh, because it's changed ABI things of... And then it moved this chunk. Maybe I did this even at the right place or whatever. But even if I change this AB, no, oh, damn it. Okay, the other thing, even if I change AB, the date changed and then it will still move this. It's like, yeah, this is just an illusion of diff ordering. When did they delete ReiserFS? 6.13? 6.13 maybe? Some years ago. So I think local agents are mostly a joke. They probably can only assist to very simple things. And we could actually, while this is rebuilding and regenerating and stuff, we could actually talk more AI because I have people actively engaging me. It's like, hey, let's make T2 OS totally amazing. Like, hey, I've big name people contacting me of, let's make an, I kid you not, I'm not making this up. It's like, let's make an AI OS. And because the thing is, I mean, even one investor like mailed me literally today. What is this Altman? What is the name of this Sam Altman? He didn't email me, but like one person sent me, like one investor, like, here, look at this. But let's, he said this somewhere recently, somewhere he said, totally little rethink, but let's talk about this in a second. But the 32B param gamma is decent, I heard. I mean, if they want to invest in T2 for them, well, they don't want to give T2 Foundation money. They want like next $1 million startup. I'm not sure if I want to be part of some AI OS startup. But let's talk in a minute what AI OS even, like, nobody is coming with checks and like giving T2 just some million euros. But it's not like I'm getting emails. Thanks to all the YouTube fame, I now have over 1,000 LinkedIn contacts, and I'm not even confirming everyone anymore. AI package my platform bought by IBM Red Hat, like due AI OS orchestration platform, right? Let me just get this building. Let's just copy and paste here this other quarter thing. It did change this here for... I mean, honestly, wait, did it... Actually, what's with this quarter thing? We don't even need to patch this here, honestly. No, or where is this? Or is this in? Just wanted to keep this slim here for the future. What precisely? Or oh wait, it drops the whole blocks, right? It's okay. Okay, we dropped. Okay. Why is even... What is it even doing here? Why is it patching that? Where is that coming from? Did AI hallucinate that? That's funny. What did it do with the maintainers? Not touch at all? No, it actually... Or did I... Did I have deleted that? Maybe I deleted that. Maybe it didn't apply and I deleted this. I previously already cleaned up here some things. Okay, the quarter things is just ReiserFS removal. We don't need to patch that back. Yeah, just like this. Continuing to T2 to support that, right? Also, we don't need this verbose. Also, we should check if we don't have stuff running in the background. Oh, what? With a merge conflict? Oh, yeah, I committed some things in the morning for things. Man, I don't like this blue color, that hurts my eyes. So, is it true distros like Ubuntu have backdoors for government, some tinfoil stuff? How should I know? I don't work at Ubuntu, but I can confirm you that I personally did not add any backdoors to T2 Linux, and I therefore would only suggest and recommend given that I work at no other Linux distribution, I can only recommend you the, from my side, backdoor and telemetry and AI-free T2 Linux. So talking about AI OS, what is the future with AI in OS? And actually, I made a video some years ago, is Linux killing OS innovations, with everyone just making Hannah Montana, Rebecca Purple, and Dragon-themed Linux distribution forks of Arch and Ubuntu. or is using T2 Linux for their puppy Linux OS needs. And certainly, and I even made videos as microkernel stuff, and my argument was even like, if we wanted really much better, higher quality, or higher quality is relative, but like very differently innovative OSs, like GNU Herd, my argument was actually many things at GNU Herd or QNX actually amazing, like multi-server microkernel or other Plan 9 things. There is in Linux is very little innovation except like IOU ring. Like the nearly only innovation in Linux is like stuff like KVM, like kernel-based virtual machine things, or like high-performance APIs, like file system folios and IOU ring and eBPF legit in the kernel. A lot of stuff that have constantly security issues because complexity. But at the desktop, of course, Linux is still at its infancies and basically a copy of Windows and Mac OS, sometimes better, sometimes worse. There is nothing truly. I would even argue I still sometimes use the only other OS that I sometimes still use is Mac OS, although it's also pretty bad. But like some things in Mac OS, I'm just realistic. Some things in Mac OS are actually super nice. Like quickly, like I'm totally aware that some things on the desktop in macOS are more efficient. Like my work as a C-level executive doing controlling and other things are simply more efficient. Like in the Finder, this quick view was working with PDF files. It is unfortunately currently even such things, or like system-wide Spotlight search, or even Automator, where it's like there is not even a system like Linux innovation. We have 2,500 Linux distributions, but and 24 major desktop environments like KDE, GNOME, LXQT, GNU-Step, Cosmic Desktop, and who knows what, and Raspberry Pi's Pixel. But we don't have something like Automator on macOS, although I think Automator is also a little bit on the way phasing out at Apple side. But like in Apple, I have some script workflows with Apple Mail that I cannot even simply do on Linux, which is absolutely crazy. I mean, unless I do email with Mu and script it through list code. But in Apple, on macOS, you can simply Apple script tell Apple Mails, exports its emails and process with Lua and Bash and whatnot, which is absolutely laughable that there is not even a KDE and GNOME wide, and let alone Firefox. And the scripting in Firefox and Thunderbird would be write some JavaScript plugin when all I wanted is tell my mail app to save the bloody email for further processing. So this AI app, what should an AI OS actually be? And my first, like many people, my crash no RAM, back crash, you crashed no RAM. I'm sorry to hear. In which way? No RAM, but yeah, don't we all have too little RAM? But so for iOS, what should the future? I mean, so if we write a new microkernel, just writing a better Linux. I mean, hey, wipe coding, right? What not to do with our AI wipe coding tokens? Then like wipe coding, like wiping a microkernel. But I would argue, and that is also why I'm not only procrastinating and hesitating to further continue my microkernel because I have to run a company and run T2. That's of course, yeah, there's always one reason or two not to continue the microkernel. But realistically, we will not have a successful, fully working microkernel with services and stuff in years, and that will not be profitable. And also it will, like, basically we would implement something like Herd and QNX, just better and cooler and whatnot and more modern. That's of course a tough sell and not very innovative. If in this day and age you wanted, especially be commercially profitable, and to do an AI first OS, I mean certainly an AI first OS would still need to have some Unix-like or some stable, whatever, Unix-like or not, but some stable foundations that actually works. Like basically, like Linux, you could, similar to AIOS and reuse the Linux kernel because having all this stuff, right? I don't think there's any way you would have a kernel-less AI thing that runs directly on hardware and is randomly making shit up. That's probably not going to work particularly well. But on the So for me, for the next years, the only thing with AIOS, I would argue there should be something Star Trek like computer that you naturally interact with in a Star Trek way, which would not even be that innovative because Gene Roddenberry predicted that like decades ago in their Star Trek science fiction fantasy. But if we are honest with ourselves, that would be the next natural step, which currently we are far away, right? Companies sell you Microsoft Copilot and everything from Office to Mail and the Hulu OS and stuff. But that would be probably the next big innovation of a core AI thing, a core Copilot, obviously would T-Pilot, Repilot. The question is, how stable can you get that? Big questions are also scalability, right? For your local, I would argue that would need to run local, because certainly, I mean, first of all, it wouldn't like main frame like scaling that wouldn't scale. I mean, the AI and data centers now already have huge scalability issues, and big AI corporations limit their new users, even GitHub, their AI feature users, because servers hammered and they can't scale and stuff. But also for privacy and so on, that would need to run fully local. Then the question is, I mean, the thing is, like, most startups would fake it, similar to even Apple fakes a lot of stuff. There were leaks years ago that even Siri, I even mentioned this in some video when we did some weekly tech things, even Apple, like for years, for a decade, has a lot of regular expressions in Siri to fix up things. Like they literally run all their Siri stuff, at least they did years ago, according to some leaks or whatnot. Or actually, I think it was according to files on iOS or macOS. I think people just found that in files on iOS, as far as I remember. Like huge regular expressions of like even changing pronunciation. So there were files in iOS of like even changing like Cupertino or whatnot, or Yosemite, or however that Yosemite or just this is pronounced. Like they literally had their change to pronounce correctly, right? Or other such things, right? Or change because like Siri's foundational things always gets it wrong. So they had their like similar how we would YOLO stuff. Like Apple just is cooking with water like everyone else, and they just like Microsoft, they just YOLO the stuff together like everyone would. I mean, yeah, if you can't really fix it, you just patch over it, right? And in Apple, even in Apple's case, it means regular expressions of shit until it works. But I mean, that theoretically would even be like some, like if we think like Elon Musk and Sam Altman or whatever his name is, or Mark Zuckerberg and stuff. If we wanted to do some product, like even Linux, like we could actually literally go to investors and it's like, hey, we make an AI Linux, which is what kind of emails I got. And that would basically mean you could use it as an AI desktop environment. I mean, hear me out. Like we could do some A1 also, like A1 T2 Linux and some AI. Hear me out. How about AI? Not AI. How about A1, the A1 desktop environment that has some natural speed? And actually, I tested. I mean, I just don't see the current AI stuff, the current large language model stuff, to be particularly amazing. I actually was an early adopter of like speech recognition. When I was earning money as a trainee and stuff, and I had my 120 or 220 megahertz Pentium or 240 megahertz IDT WinChip or whatever, I actually purchased when like IBM VIA Voice or VIA Voice, I think VIA Voice, it's pronounced right, VIA Voice. I purchased VIA Voice when it was new, and I tried, like when I was like in school or whatever that was, I tried this stuff out on whatever computer I had back then, probably 240 megahertz IDT WinChip or whatever. It just wasn't amazing. And even the year when Apple's iPhone came out, and I, as you know, have contacts in the whole history, like people gave me a full license of naturally speaking, like, you know, my friend there working there and stuff, right? on the seabed. Like when the stuff was new on the seabed, it says like, hey, you want a full like 500 Deutschmark or no euro, like for 3.99 or whatever, the full most professional. I still have that here in the office. Like my friends literally like on the seabed, like, hey, here it's like I literally tried to use that, right? But I even made a video. So 20 years ago, I thought like, hey, this naturally speaking thing, this via voice thing. I mean, some companies were super early. I mean, if you think about this, IBM did via voice. I don't even know when this was, 1998 or whenever that can. I mean, probably they purchased it, right? They probably did not develop that by themselves, I guess. But that's even the discussion. But then, I mean, in a way, like maybe that's what we should be doing. Like if we would think, but that's the thing. Like I'm a techie. I do tech things like not normal. Like entrepreneurs, they would go around now and collect money of like, hey, we have this AI OS idea and like just give me some billions. I mean, maybe that's thinking about that. Maybe that's just what I should like do right now. The next big thing of AI front end for Linux. Like, I mean, such kind of things could always be like, I mean, the only thing is like now the hype is a little bit dying and the bubble a little bit bursting and stuff. But theoretically, that certainly would be, I mean, not only more innovative and future-proving my career and my company and T2 Linux or whatever, more than writing a microkernel or a new graphic subsystem because Xorg, Mesa, and Wayland all suck, right? Because basically nobody cares about how much Xorg, Wayland, and Mesa suck as long as it somewhat works on latest T2 Linux KDE Plasma desktop. But what investors care about is like, AI, yes, here's the money, shut up and take my money, right? But that the only thing with that is, I think it shouldn't be speech because like I tried that and I have some brain, unlike Tim Apple, who only is counting beans, and I don't even know. I mean, it's not like he had much vision, because I predicted. I mean, sure, you could say like, I'm a naysayer, but hey, I'm not such a naysayer. I mean, unless Trapp said I'm overly negative. Like, hey, it's like I'm not overly negative when I like a 46. Like, you could argue. If we turn this around, you could argue the Linux kernel foundation is more negative of having to delete everything, right? I just love my 486 too much. And similar, I'm not as negative of like, they need to delete ReiserFS because like, I'm just realistic that I, like other people, have backups that they sometimes want to read. And I don't want to go to a 5-year-old OS just to read my backup when I'm looking for some old file or whatever. And I tried speech recognition when most people didn't even know it existed, right? I tried via voice in 1998 or 1999 or whenever that was. I tried naturally speaking. I tried this stuff. I'm just not as hyped because I tried it 20, 25 years ago, and I'm sure speech recognition came a long way in 20, 25 years. I'm just realistic. And the next thing, yes, there was a typo. It's like when sometimes I realize a typo, not YOLO, it's this stuff. So initial release, yeah, this is actually somewhere. Maybe I didn't have the first edition. I maybe had a second, whatever. I probably should have. Like maybe I had 98 or whatever. My point is, I actually like tech and innovation, just like my bullshit indicator is usually like, especially after shedding my fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? Like I buy, sure, 25 years later, but like in all honesty, I still barely use speech recognition. And maybe even most people don't. I mean, maybe comment right now, like how much do you talk with your Siri or Google Assistant stuff? Because what my point is, I think this should not be speech first. But even in Star Trek, they touch their LCARs or whatever it's called. Because it simply doesn't work, neither in your home office, nor in your family, nor especially not in a big office that you talk each day, right? It's simply impossible. Think the noise level of a call center. And even if you call it a call center, it's annoying, like constantly hearing some background babble, like even, I mean, not only for the workers, but also for the colleague. Often I call someone like UPS or whatnot, and it's like super, like, how is it in 2026 you talk with AAA, the most fancy call centers outsourced to wherever, and like the speech quality is shit. I'm just like, dude, my small company has better phone quality than this. But so my point is, we cannot all, neither at home nor in your family, talk each other, right? It not only should everyone know what you search, not even in your family or school or office. So it would still be mostly text input, I would say, to be efficient. But I mean, maybe that's also a way. But the thing is doing some AI desktop environment, like an A1 desktop environment. You would have no applications. Basically, to make this really work, you would need to write new applications, like even your mail client, because like it's relatively impossible. I mean, or shouldn't? It's extremely hard to nicely interface with Thunderbird or whatever to interface with it, because interfaces are just so shit. I mean, yeah, you could do some AI desktop extension for Thunderbird, but so I'm only brainstorming. So that could potentially be some next big thing. But the question is how. Like as basis on Linux, with what applications, there are certainly, and even if you had, let's say, some tens of millions of startup, or like tens of millions, like hundreds of millions, like a proper startup, I mean, how much application integration stuff and like AI web browser would you want to write? Because like for something to be really nice, there's of course a difference of YOLOing some shit together, like some scripts of like making Thunderbird and Firefox do some things for some pseudo demo, or like having some really working large language model desktop environment integration stuff. So just some sorts, because we talked here already, and that was Gemini is, I hope I pronounce this correctly. The thing is, I don't use those apps. Each time I read, of course I know Google Gemini, or this is how it's pronounced, right? The things I say those words rarely, and then maybe sometimes I don't pronounce them. Sam Altman emailed. No, I did not say this. I specifically said he did not. I said some investor emailed me some people. I mean, obviously I know some people. I do stuff for 25 years, and sometimes I get crazy emails, including, I want to buy your company. It's like, no, just go fuck yourself. Hey, let's do some AI startup. Remember when I told you this story? I said this before, right? When we 20 years ago, like quite precisely 20 years ago to the year, like 2006 or whatever, we wanted to do embedded, or like I think it was probably 2007, so 19 years ago. We had contacts with Sony, and we wanted to do embedded Linux smartphone Sony things, and then it turned out those people wanted to make a startup, like those Sony managers wanted to leave Sony, and was like, dude, why did we waste all the time with you? And we wanted to work with Sony and not make another startup. But that's the kind of bullshit you get, right? Like I know some people, I mean, obviously for 20 years, I know some people, and sometimes those, like 10 years later, the people come back like, remember this 10 years ago? Like, no, you want this? Is like, yeah, good luck. Good luck. I love you much too. So let's test this more. For testing this more, this wipe-coded ReiserFS code. But yeah, if you watch this now or later, like comment below, what do you want, what do you not want, what's realistic, what, but also like with AI, I mean, the good thing, the Linux desktop sucks. So from, even if we make an AI desktop and it flops, at least it would probably be better than most other desktops anyway. You would need to write everything from scratch, hungry OCR agent, whatever, to reach screen instead pausing, or write some. I'm not believing into like doing OCRing the screen that's not reliably enough and efficient. And like if you would do a startup, like if you do a real 100 million startup, you would need to do the real thing. Like the Microsoft idea, like that is the thing, like Microsoft is often faking this shit so much. Like from the get-go, this, was it called Copilot? The screen recording everything was doomed to be failed from the get-go. That's just too shitty data in. It's also way too inefficient to video capture and OCR, all the stuff. That's you want battery life and longevity and stuff. You don't want to burn all your performance of real-time OCRing all your best display all the time. Goes by without, where are we? One day without, sorry. Yeah, but there is some fire brigade around the corner, right? We're obviously, this is, I mean, we're also in the center of Berlin, here in my data center bunker basement thing. So that's not, this is just every, like, just watch Casey Neistat of, like, this is just big city life, but coming in clutch thing. Let me buy your company. I have 20. No, thank you very much. Like, I rejected million already, so the question is, if you want to buy my company, how many millions do you have? Like, Apple wanted to buy my company some 12 or whatnot, 13 years ago, whenever that was. When I turn on laptop Bluetooth and sometimes asks nothing, work catches anything, checked which, T2 Linux? T3 Linux, no AI Linux. I probably should register some AI desktop or A1 desktop. How can I find my first patch in Linux? How can I find my X4? How long will, what? Maybe you should join open source AIOS with Sam Altman, give more funds and then, like, Sam Altman has no money left. Like, he's literally burning money faster than he is. Also, those people give this unserious suggestions are like, people will not just give money to random things, they just take millions for the million things. Okay, desktop package cell things of do we delete here, or what do we video things, because I just enabled NVIDIA the other day, and we want to, I guess we want to if it builds, it should be enabled by default, but if we don't really want it, it shouldn't be in here. We already don't build with ReiserFS anymore. Oh, did this even build? Was there something that this didn't build anymore? Or did we fix it? Does this even need, like, does it even need a priority? I mean, okay, maybe it needs a priority to be in the init ID though. Maybe if it be totally, maybe it actually, maybe we should theoretically in the future, if we delete priority, we actually would need to flag all optional file system make utilities in the mkinit RD package. Okay, let's see if that still builds. I remember it once didn't build anymore. Let's hope we don't need to fix that too. So for testing purposes, let's add that here. We will probably not ship it by default, but I wanted to see, just as a abundance of caution and pre-testing, I want to see if this vibe patched. I mean, to be fair, it's not that, I mean, it was not that big of a patch, and we had already pre-done it mostly. Oh, that even built. Wow. So that could potentially yield a ReiserFS installable image. Let's see if that, also we have the old kernel there, that's also not really ideal. Maybe we should actually have deleted that. You're saying Andre has some things there. Let me So otherwise, welcome everyone to our daily talk here. Bugs and contributing kernel as a beginner. Just look at things that interest you. I don't, like, if you want to learn something, I would suggest not to burn your money on AI. I mean, shit, I got 32, can really go more than that. Millions sounds unreachable in this lifetime. Well, I'm sorry, then you cannot buy my company. You know, it's not everyone needs to own a company. Owning a company overrated, but you could do your own company. But you could donate $1 a month to T2 development. That would make it only $12 euros a year. Build tested, won't build tests, we don't run. E-build up. By the way, I had checked, Mark, or someone else did. So basically, with if someone wants to apply this, I increasingly try to actually. Is Matic here? Matic, are you here? Probably fine. Basically, this kind of stuff. I mean, if it's not too gross, it's a little bit strange, but it's probably the package. Otherwise, looks good. With that, I hope someone else applies it. Now it builds in a sec, not a couple of minutes. That's interesting. Oops. So it's only a suggestion. I've probably applied already. The only problem is here. Actually we could test. Okay, we could. ISO. What do we have here? Create ISO. That's not the right one. What did we have here? 5 desktop. And where do I have here? Did I check this out already newly? Actually, we have it clean here. Look at that. Unless, why is this so strange? What happened with my file system here? Somehow this VM broke, strangely. Maybe a Btrfs is out of. Title ASMR things temporary max views exactly. Cheers. So now we have here. Yep, that cache update was much. Thank you for this find. Jason builds them. Every package some other test name. Is that extension? Which extension? Does the mounting from Claude? What? Which text in? But if you wanted to support our stuff, not sure what other things you talk there about, but that would be here, right? Or if you wanted to contribute and so on. So, which ISO did we last use? That's probably the one. Let's see. Okay, let's. Oh, we need to. There should be 7, right? Oops. It's a little bit Man. Wait, what? 26.5. 26.5 x86 desktop. Is that not what I? Oh. Never mind. If you use this text, what do you talk about? Here it is. I only do that so that we see oopses in cases oopses. Which one do we use? This one, probably. Let's see. We have, I guess, activate. ReiserFS here. When Superblock is deprecated, Snowball kernel in 2020. Maybe we should remove that. Maybe we should change this to was removed. So just, I mean, the question is actually we need to move that here, right? Didn't do that the last time. So that's hammering ReiserFS quite a bit. Didn't do that in some years. Again, not suggesting to do this in production. I'm only saying I want to be able to read my backups. And also proving the Linux kernel foundation people wrong who always say maintaining the shit is so much work. When it's like just keeping stuff somewhat alive. It's not really that much like more shells, or most shells are Turing complete. I mean, I think all shells are not all shells. I mean, all shells implementing some reasonable subset are Turing complete. Like for Turing completeness, you don't need much. You'd only need read, write, like address, read, write. Like Turing completeness is very, very little low hanging fruit. I'm surprised it didn't catch up here yet in Flames. The question is, will all the files be there for reboot? Python is easy shell? Like, no. Python is not a shell, and Python is not even a good shell. I mean, it boots on ReiserFS. I mean, yeah, that's not ideal. Python memory too heavy for input, output, highly critical. What is the fastest way to learn? Like read a good old book and write some examples. Yeah, not happy about this here. Someday we need to fix that, but that's not today. KD Plasma on failed ACL things. Maybe we need to build file systems with more LCL things. File system on LVM2 on Luke's encrypted full disk encryption container thing. Right? Alright, maybe we don't see this because it's overlay, and this on top, overlay OS on top of that. No, this actually you should see this here. Yeah, ReiserFS, root ReiserFS, go figure. Thank you, Trap, for sending the patch and motivating me to finish that. Test it. Works well enough. All I want, I'm not suggesting you use this in production. I'm only suggesting don't delay switch to T2 Linux today, because there is where we keep all the good stuff working, at least for backups. Like, would be serious from a multi-million-dollar Linux foundation. So Trap, you get credit for this, right? And is deprecated and was removed from the kernel. When was Linux removed? Was this 2025? I don't remember. It sounds longer ago. So which year was this? Which day was this? When was 6.13 released? (2025). So they were really precise on this is unrelated. This is we could, as an abundance of caution. Okay, I still have mine here. Where did I build this? Oh, here. Yes, thank you, Trip, for your work and AI contribution. Without that, I might not have finished that anytime soon. Maybe the next time I needed to read the backup. You found this channel, that is amazing, welcome. I think the idea to minimize the RAM usage, maximize 4LM, what? More porters for old supercomputer programs to work on. I think Claude AI completely realized the problem as well. Yeah, again, thank you for your contribution. Should we? I mean, technically, he sent it. Do we not have? Need here proper attribution. Co-developed by with this. What was OF partition? Okay, then we commit this separately. AI is simulation of thinking, so is computing. What strange comments you post here? Are you already AI? Man, so many navigation steps. Seriously? Could do here co-developed by Claude, but nah. What was this config? But I hope that's the thing, huh? What was it even? Which is even which? Is this? Is this one? Web partition. Excuse me. Was this like MTD partitions defined by device tree? I think this was defining partitions through. Thank you for the blessings and welcome on. Need springs. Yeah, EMMC device tree mainly, device tree just empty fixed partition. Yeah, I think, yeah, this should needs to be on. Yeah, what statistic is broken? So let's keep testing that. Why do you want to partition it? By the way, what partition? What do you mean partition? Why do you want to partition? Not really sure what you precisely mean by that. That is for like partitioning MTD flash for embedded devices using device tree like this. I think I needed this, like I did not even know that this existed, but this was, I think we needed this here for devices like NVIDIA Tegra things of OER game console things, and I think that is where I stumbled upon this as far as I remember some. Like, yeah, even I'm surprised about new kernel options code things. Wait, what's going on with, why do we have so few Twitch viewers? Is this even correct? Why did Twitch viewers drop like from 100 to like 10? I mean, everyone watching on YouTube. No partitions, files, no partitions. Like partitions, like a partition table, but not 77. Okay, I guess. Web things, asynchronous web synchronization. Well, my management dashboard view says 10 viewers, but I guess web development difficult. You know, the usual Mark Zuckerberg sucking Amazon Prime shit of not developed here quality. Okay, I reloaded this, now it says 77. Anyway, what else do we need to do? We did those things. That's certainly a welcome thing. The thing is, now we did so much development. I did not even... So we did not release the last thing a week ago, but now we did already power develop so many things. Like, why do we non-stop develop? We need to be more clever. We need to, between the development, cash in money and enjoy life more, you all. How do we do that? How do we stop non-stop fixing stuff and start enjoying this? Anyone an idea? The next, speak of the next thing. So, do we? I think I do not. Actually, we need to be careful to not commit ReiserFS. We're not shipping with MK ReiserFS things here. I'm sorry, but you can T2 install that. Mine things of where did we? ReiserFS prox, no? Oh, this is the wrong. Oh, Bootstrap is totally wrong. Where did I do that? So many. Here's somewhere of. If I could type without simple, just build perfect software. Yeah, that's a true genius idea there. It's features and things ever needed. Yes. I did some more shameless self-promotion. I didn't send a press release around yet, but we applied to 2 conferences today. Do I really want to do that to myself? You all, I posted ARM as well because this unexpectedly got to work yesterday, right? So if you wanted to join here with that, we didn't use Reddit the most, but we need to build community. So I think, does it even? Okay, but that's part of the thing, right? Which all of you could also become ambassadors of T2. Make personal press releases for the new. You should make personal. Yeah, just like all my last dozens press releases were nearly covered nowhere. That's a little bit bloody annoying. But so I posted that here and cross posted that. Oh, like do 7 hours? Like, am I already 7 hours in the office? What do I do all day? Like, do you? Why is it working so? Matic, welcome. What are you doing here? I posted that here for Mali. Yeah, actually, next the most realistically next thing is we would need to create images, installable images. One serious annoying thing with all those small board computer board things is how do we deal with this stupid low member vendor kernels? I mean, this RISC-V is probably relatively easy to rebase because that's 618. That shouldn't be that difficult to get to 7. Famous last words. I mean, it's certainly quite some work, but not excessive work. But this ARM one is silly. Like, how can this Asian ARM vendors, like, how can they have only 6.6? Like, that's so, like, rebasing 6.6 to 7 is like literally, that's humongously mega work. The thing is, I mean, so normally I would not personally want it to rebase. This is kind of the vendor's job, which they don't do. But first of all, the question would be, did they fix? I mean, we could actually go in there and, but that's all the additional work, because like, so one thing, why would I mean, first of all, how should we ship this, right? I guess what we need is, this is so bloody annoying. I mean, just it's even for us, like T2 can build everything, but even for us, it's absolutely horrendous to support this completely different kernel things. It's such a headache, you all. Developing for small board, you can focus on Arduino, Raspberry, and Adafruit, and compatibility to because most SoCs people use. Arduino is like super low. Is that even Linux capable? That doesn't scale for us. If companies come with like, hey, you want to do latest and greatest shit, like, then like if we wanted to be more whites, also, even if that's what most people use, it's still only 20% market share of people also buy all, like even if all the other stuff like 5% here, 5% there, at the end of the day, it's also 50% market share or whatever. I mean, theoretically, if we, but yeah, I mean, how do we deal with that? The problem is it's old kernel, like shipping old kernel is annoying. I mean, realistically, we would need to simply build better infrastructure to build different boot image things. Can C++ do what efficiently? Build different houses. It doesn't even match the context of things you all. I did commit this. Okay, great. Upstream Linux. It's not even that much since yesterday or so. With OLP, are they, what did they delete now? Delete. RTC bindings. They started IR, I read somewhere. Still have OLPC to get working. Java is way better than C++. Like hell no. Why do people write such strange comments here? More. No segmentation for it doesn't make Java any better. Also, you can still null pointer exception. Driver, GPU. What kind of things did they recently? Wait, I think this is wrong. We need dot here. What kind of major thing? I clicked this wrong. BG does needs a patch for RC2 merged in That's a strange commit message. Yeah, that's the thing. The vendor stayed on 6.6, of which nearly 3 years or whatever. Like, I don't understand this ARM vendors anymore. Yeah, I mean, so this driver is very actively developed, so the chances that this graphic corruptions are long gone probably non-zero. Null pointer difference in firmware unplug. Yeah, fair to say this driver is very actively developed. Here, even coherency. Including cache. Did I say it looks like DMA? We want DMA buffer. Yeah, look at this. Stuff is recently fixed this December. I said this corrupt, this black stuff looks like DMA synchronization, but could also be like DMA or cache, but could also obviously be everything else. It's just November. Mali at support 4. I mean, yeah, we want all those changes, and that's what vendors don't see. Or here's 6.14. I scrolled. Wait, what? Okay, we have 6.6. I mean, yeah, without all those fixes, it's pointless to continue further, but I just really don't understand what those vendors are thinking. They want to sell high-performance ARM silicon, and then they don't maintain kernel. Like, this makes so no sense. It's crazy that their dedication is so low. Like, so what they should have a dedicated. Are you a hacker? Depends what you mean with hacker. I'm a code writing hacker. So the way this should work is like, so that's a multi-million-dollar operation in China there, this CIX silicon. They should really have one person who, it's not even a full-time job usually, of rebasing each mainline, but because like now three years of changes, it's like now it's horror. Because like the vendor procrastinated this, now we need to do the most. What was it, even 20? Wait, 6 they. Do they have here even pattern not found? Oh, wonderful. When was 6.6 released? Six 2023, yeah. Wait, what? 2024? Why is this not? Wow, this only goes back until 2024. Was only added in 2024. So they must have backported that, the vendor already, CX. Yeah, we need to bore, like, it makes no sense to stare the whole day on this driver from that it's not getting done. Yeah, we need to somehow work. I mean, the vendor is, the vendor probably moved on already, right? They must design already their next gen CPU, I mean, 3 years later. Oh, look, they even have their ARM people working on that. Can you believe? Actually doing the right thing here. Of actually, who is doing that here? Do they have any? It must have been originally. Not a working copy? What? Oh. Yeah, they have their. Yeah, we have so much to do, but somehow this kind of stuff. Ah, here's this here actually. Aha, here, look at this. We had this implement handling of context reset notification. Will send this context reset notification as part of the handling hardware recovery event. The typo. The message and printing. This eliminates the unknown. Aha. Because that's what we get. Take a look at that. Which kernel we run? Interesting. It's a new dump file even. Good, they've done that. Appreciate this. Firmware CCB command. How does it even? Where do the firmware CCB? Where do they reset notification off? There is command context reset notification. There is rogue. Where am I here in? Which is here which? Ah, here, this is this. But the real source is here. Yeah, 127 on YouTube, you all. It's actually not too bad for our small channel. Thank you for, yeah, this, some of my web view was stuck. Since I pressed, actually 92 right now. Since I reloaded the page, it updates again. It's usually web quality code thing. Did actually, wait, I had this diff here, right? Only. Did I change this already here? But it also doesn't. Probably didn't change it here. I don't think so. I think if we wanted to, so I mean, okay, it makes no sense for us to carry this. What was even the name? Was it not rogue? Probably rogue. Strange. Probably was another name. Imagination rogue. Did I not do that? Did I mistype that? Ah, shit, so really the vendor is always doing so. I mean, because this is not that super large, you all. Famous last words. But the thing is, even merging this, some things are upstream, which is... even working on that will be annoying with half of the things upstream. I wonder if natively doing this in Git would make it more efficient. With the slowly upstreaming things, it's really annoying, you all. I mean, at least this is a halfway decently modern. Do we have here? Do we have K3? Which board did we build? Ah, here, DC board. Java replaced almost everywhere. Kotlin and C# things, that language, yeah, kinda. I think we don't need this null display thing, right? Where did they even null display? Where did they even use it? Only for Power VR null? Like somehow, I don't know why this is a strange thing. Oh man, vendors doing vendor things. One. How many did I delete? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, doing stuff the old-fashioned way. 1, 2. Probe helper. Wonderful. That's also such a pointless change. I hope it works without that. Here's rogue. Right here somewhere. A null display also. Conveniently, dear oh no, what? Dear and netlink gem? Oh, this is null display. Wait, what? Netlink? What the fuck? I hope we don't need this. I mean, it's pretty sure we don't need this, right? Strange stuff they... I mean, I probably have a good reason to do that, but nonetheless strange stuff they constantly do. Ever-changing kernel API is fun. Linux kernel null. Where would it end? I should have properly searched for that. Pro tip: don't scroll that like that. Man. Let's surge. Man, where does it, what even? VMap, where does it, here it ends. Smash map there, touchscreen respirator, space map. Okay, so wait, shit, there's XXX. Ach, damn. How was delete until match? Delete. Ah, shit, how was delete wind? I need this so seldomly. Next X characters? No, I need match. Till word. First line. I always forget. Yeah, something like that, right? That's what I intuitively assumed, but trailing character, delete. No. C++ is not quite dead yet. Nobody with VI knowledge here. Delete chunk lines current up to and including second match. Type D to match. Comma. Is it X command? Structure of an X command. No, I don't. In visual. Come on, ChatGPT. How could I should make a sheet. Must be D something match, but or was it ampersand? Was it ampersand D? Just I did a trailing characters. Wait, shit, they had their XXX in this stuff? Seriously? How lucky can I be? Wow. Delete here, wonderful. Save, and then we had this RTL thing here. 10 gig Ethernet, like wow. Ethernet Realtek. I managed already, thank you. ADT, this is so. SpaceMed? They have a wireless. What the heck? They have a wireless render. Oh. Man. Let's add a mark here. What else do we have here? Yeah, in a way, I mean, I understand they want to provide their customers with a source tree with all the stuff they have on the board, but man, is that inconvenient. Wireless, oh, Realtek, oh, bloody Realtek driver, oh man. EtherCAT? EtherCAT? What the K1 and whatnot? Oh, holy shit. Didn't even see the EtherCAT before. Oh, holy shit. So Realtek here. Where is that wireless Realtek things? Delete until there. But EtherCAT we Ethernet, don't need that here either. It's not my department. Can Flex can? What the heck? Let me Flex can. Flex can. What is that even? It's not CAN bus, is it? Net can. Is that CAN bus? Come on, Emacs gang Volt. Yeah. Emacs, yes, and Emacs I would have. Don't need that here, man. Okay, we have Flex can and then Ethernet, like holy shit. Oh man. Is there a header too? Not that this would matter much. Okay, basically where I was, which was here. I think I had to mark that already, right? Auto timer. Okay, there's some Bluetooth. Why do they patch driver base here? Where is not my Ethernet driver? What have I done now? What was it? FlexCam? Ah, there is my mark already, but where's my other? Oh wait, is it RTO? Ah, where did this start, man? Ethercat is also, what is that even? Don't tell me I screwed this up now. Did I accidentally delete this ROM already? Which editor do you use? Emacs add. Wait. Vim Emacs, the rest doesn't matter. How many votes? Okay, 4-2 and what's LI doing? Trying to sort this vendor patch. I feel like I screwed something up now, which is not ideal. Shit, how did I screw this up? Damn it. I think I deleted wrong, so much to using. Let's do this again, damn it. Did I say 4? I think I said 4. 1, oops. 1, 2, I mean, Pro Helper was, I don't even know why they patched this. Actually, there was this null display after this. Yeah, we did this. It is. I should. Why does? I mean, this doesn't. Oh, this does work. But it's still null dev. Look, that's much better. What? Search at bottom? Did I do that? Or maybe I did this wrong. Maybe they added CAN bus because they want to sell it to Chinese automotive. Like, is that a thing? I had deleted this here. I had deleted. Maybe I pressed something. Block. Why do they change this here? Timeout by. What do they do here? Randomly patch things? Why? Ignoring timeout? Are they like. Yeah, that's, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you don't run vendor kernels. They're full with random crap. Man. There is retech, not really sure what I screwed up there with. But the flex can is just before the. Oh, look at you. Actually, it's Ethercat, not FlexCan. Okay, flex cannons then. Okay, all the net stuff. Holy shit. Why is there some WDHCP crap in there? Vendor doing vendor change. So here now we finally did not screw this up. Not sure what I previously pressed there, but probably something. So this would be a rough estimate of maybe upstream. So that's a much more manageable 500 files of only 140,000 insertions. With proprietary imagination driver deleted and the Ethernet Realtek and Ether stuff. I would personally not really need the VPU stuff, which kinda. So the reason I do this, we are working on getting vendors to donate here some things. So the question is always, vendors always like, how much money? And it's like, the more the better, right? But realistically, they also want a. But that's what people don't see, right? Like just, I mean, sure, I should learn how to delete it. Yeah, 20 years of using basic features of VI. Also, chat, don't forget when you have Zumber shares, anything in Zumber share folder goes fucking for everything. Recycle things. So little deletion, technical. So we probably could delete here even more of the so the image sensor, the sensor and VPU. So that's probably camera, right? Is it media? So we I don't need media. I guess we could probably delete that for bringing this stuff up initially. The question is, if we go to Linux latest, although we don't really need latest, but if we could go to upstream, git, check out what is there, what text do they use? They use this V, so this one. Check out this. And what if we patch? How much does apply? Probably massive failures, but that's kind of what you need to, like, if someone asks you like how much money, it's like that's all the free work that you, like, just to get an idea of, like, yeah, maybe it's like maybe 40 hours, 80 hours, maybe a week, 2 weeks, a month. That's what also the only constant is change and API stuff is doing to you. That's why you never delete something. So that's some basic enablement is upstream. So USB gadget things. So that would be that's the stuff that needs rebasing right now. Should we ask AI to do that too? I mean, the files are not there, so that can apply. Also, that's DGPU. Yeah, I guess but yeah, even if you get all of this stuff mostly applied, I mean, this So very basic enablement is upstream. So that means that yeah, working with vendors in upstream Linux kernels. This is how much fun it is. Yeah, for basic enablement, first delete camera and sensor and things. Sensor has a camera sensor FPG. Ah, this. Okay, this is for FPGA testing. That's unreal. Don't need this. Yeah, in a way, also, I mean, the vendors don't do a good job. Although the vendors try. With vendors, I mean the previous ARM vendors, like historically the last decades, the ARM vendors have established really. And the thing is, in the meantime, I learned, like talking with more and more companies. Also, first of all, the companies that previously did ARM now do RISC-V, and that's what they used to. Plus the new companies, the new RISC-V companies just mirror what the ARM companies have done the last decade. And that is because they simply don't know better, right? That is why that is the state. All in all, of course, I mean that's 18 to 618 to that's two major. That's what 3 months of changes. I mean, yeah, that's not there. That applies. Congratulations. We also don't really need to build with that. I don't know. I guess I could probably get it to build and work in a day. If we are the problem is, I mean, yeah, you could always be unlucky. The question is, what did we want for the so this should apply. Wait, this should apply. Wait, what did we diff? 618 stable, right? This should apply. Okay, this does apply. Yes. If in doubt, double check in between. Yeah, that's already one kernel. Yeah, they started to bring, but yeah, it's also gadget stuff over. Yeah, this gadget stuff we don't need to bring up. This. Okay, 619 is already work. Share, like, and subscribe for this future work to come. The thing is different anyway. Upstreaming, like, so there are two different things even. So to properly upstream this, I would not even need to work with this here. To properly upstream this, we need to work with the fine-grained things. Like, you basically, to upstream this, you would cherry pick one functional thing after another. The one question was actually display controller. Where is DRM of? What was it this? How to check out? Probably. Where did I do all this work now? Here. The question was that one, the display controller. Okay, not this one. Wait, actually I don't know. DPU, oh shit. Is this all display controller? Holy shit. That is a good question. Actually, I was wrong. I somehow assumed that some AI accelerator. Now I realize it's probably all the backlights. Yeah, that's of course not ideal in Linux. Like in Linux, like DRM is like display out node and render node, so it's what you're saying with upstream. That's generally how upstreaming works. What precisely do you? I'm not sure what you meant there. Okay, Saturn. How many change are this? Let's quickly do some. This isn't good. What kind of stuff do I need to expect if we? Because like helping upstream other people's code, nah. I mean, yeah, I guess. Why do they even have FPGA is different? Somehow that is maybe because FPGA clocked less, and then our hardware added 3-byte clock automatically. I mean, the first thing would be to run it to check patch. And check. I mean, first, the first pass would be to delete this K3 FPGA stuff. That's only for the FPGA testing. The second pass would be to actually enable clocks FPGA return 0. Fun. But so much to testing through FPGA with everything if def 0. My dream is only Linux smartwatch and phone. Java is safer because like Java is not safer because of runtime checks. Java is slower because of runtime checks, and safer it's like, yeah, good luck, your stuff is null pointer or bounds exception at runtime. Major problem called undefined behavior. Yeah, the undefined behavior is, many languages have that. I mean, C as much as, but I mean, undefined behavior is kinda over segregated, but isn't it being heavily used in low latency industry, especially in quant age? Yeah, C++ is used heavily everywhere. A lot of things. Oh, that's funny. They have here ARM. Is this the same? Does Spacemint have a ARM chip? Not sure why they have ARM there. That's funny. Not sure why they have that. Unless they, I don't know. So I just wanted to get an idea how approximately their code looks like. And that's what I mean. The company should also stop this not invented here, reinventing everything syndrome, right? Because like this, we have like dozens of, if not hundreds of display controller things, all that do HDMI output. I mean, they want to save cost and implement their own thing, but at the end we have like 100 different drivers, post-process HE. Saturn ACAT curve. I mean, maintaining this, good luck. These are many bits for timing things. The thing is, I think this needs to all be mass substituted. That's not native Linux types. I don't know where they use this. Is this like Windows-like types? Like it probably should be all changed to uint and stuff. And yeah, upstreaming stuff is. That's the thing when people don't write native Linux code. I don't know why. Why would they write it like this? Is this generated by Wolfram or whatnot, like by MATLAB or whatnot? These are bias things of holy shit. Online HDD-like, SD-like things from. Yeah, upstreaming this will be a tough review process. I don't even know. I mean, this will be really, really fun. Why do they have here Raspberry Pi touchscreen, or maybe touchscreen compatible? Not really sure why they have Raspberry Pi touchscreen in the middle of SpaceMet here. Maybe because Raspberry Pi touchscreen is not upstream. I mean, that's also a no-go. I mean, it's a quick hack for reasons. Yeah, full-time job upstreaming. Obviously, we need to start with the easy things and display controller first. Also, the fun thing is this display controller does not work with my old NEC display over DVI. This will also, I mean, I'm not debugging that, but that's the thing, like 100 display controllers and every display controller cloud code for most drivers are written for Windows. No, but of course not. Nobody's, most people, but like people coming from Windows and then they write Windows types and then they wonder that Linus Torvalds shout with them like, go away with like use native Linus types. How far are we even atomic tail? I mean, getting this reviewed is even, I mean, I mean, the good thing is this DRM stuff, that's at least relatively freestanding. So that should not be that difficult to maintain out of tree, but okay, we also S and D things. Yeah, plus wonderful. Serious next space InnoDP. Actually, that's Inno. I remember. Maybe they share some. Maybe they license some Inno HDMI things of Inno DRM space matlib dump BMP32. Yeah. It looked less. Um, it looked less in the diff. Also, people developed months on this code, right? They did not write this, or they did not write or wipe code this overnight. So that's maybe, probably even potentially shared with their K1 earlier silicons that I don't have. And they're not writing all of this from scratch here. Yeah. The funny thing is, realistically, it's super unthankful work. And even that, remember when I proposed to the NLNet Foundation, hey, how did you fund our work of upstreaming or like, or actually only rebasing some popular embedded? And I propose like for European funding, like, hey, maybe fund me do this stuff of super like bargain, like YouTube live stream co-finance stuff of dumping prices. And even that, European funding adds, nah, thank you very much, not going to fund this. It's like, yeah. The easiest thing for us, unless vendors pay for that, we need an infrastructure of collecting all those vendor patches and build them like basically some target overlay. But for that we need to pin the Linux kernel version for like 6.6 even and 6.18 here. But all of this, yeah, it's multiple full-time jobs, to no one's surprise. What you think? What's your question? Did we end up merging the new Windows switching stuff? No, that's way too much stuff. That makes no sense to waste our time. This will be released, I think, next month. Like next month we will have it. It's absolutely, if this would be some 1,000 lines of code, but it was 10,000 lines of code in a dozen different packages. Absolutely, yeah. I looked 5 minutes into it, but no, we naturally will get it as soon as. So yeah. Yeah, I looked into this for reasons. So now we have seen it. I'm also not sure what to make out of it. Like somehow this modern hardware also maybe somehow should have been, I don't know. We should develop hardware differently. Like all this defines you all. I'm like that every. Like most drivers are like this bit banging of like, it's like this so totally doesn't scale. No, the stream title is scary. Yep, exactly, for people to tune in. Okay, so we looked into that. That is the state. What we could do, which we could further investigate. I kind of should do that here soonish. Or we can delete this also. Just to keep my service a little bit cleaned up of. We could test if, because I totally don't know. I mean, does internet know whether if you do I have the capture? No, I don't have the capture. With a Qualcomm, if you remove the storage, I need to upgrade the storage of this X1 Elite thing. Especially now that I somehow But okay, we could do it slightly differently. Because let's rather do software. I check this another day. We make a note somewhere. I mean, maybe it works. I would hope it works. I mean, surely it must have a 32 megabyte BIOS chip somewhere, right? But you never know. Probably quit this. Where do I even hear so many? Because we have actually some more fixes to do. All right, oh, Riser. Now we have this on ReiserFS, right? Totally sane choice. Okay, let's build on this and see how much it will crash and burn. Which kernel is that? 7? Oops, what? Not maybe old Darkstar, old network cards gone. But we will restore ISDN. I will not restore every pointless nonsense that I don't use. You don't find SATA SSDs. You don't? What do you mean? Certainly cheap ones. We will restore the Ethernet NICs. That should not be too much work. What bothers me a little bit more is restoring 486. That will be annoying, because most likely they remove timestamp counter and whatnot things. That will be painful if we wanted to keep 486 alive. But Ethernet should be easy. Vibrane, SCSI, not SCSI. Bring KDE back. So we run this on Riser. That is a throwaway VM. Let's see what happens. Oops, sorry. 8 or... So let's stability test. Rebuild bin utils for calibrating. I think I mistyped this also. Because I noticed our mods.js doesn't build anymore, so let's do some general T2 quality of life improvements to advance our, for everyone new to our stuff, to advance our Linux distribution. If I would find here my, right, this one here. So yeah, what do you think about removal things? This build, which build was fast? Not sure which build, but that's I mean, I remote to my company resources here. That's a Ryzen. That's not even current gen. That's last gen Ryzen 7950X. I'm actually saving. Does not someone want to support all our stuff and super think any color of? Because obviously I need a 9950X3 too. So let's see how, actually I did not use ReiserFS for a long time. That's now pretty accidentally from our ReiserFS testing work. So yeah, fast is relative. Okay, this performance is not outstanding. So much to better FS faster than ReiserFS. What? Forgot what the company name is. What? Was it another? What's the option name? Do we not have that here? Wait, oh shit, it's the wrong option. What even was the option name? Ah, size, not max, just... What? Ah, capital. Max size, what are the size max? Ah, okay. Just retry this again without... Are you working at Anthropic? No. I work at my own company, why should I? Do I look like I work there? I would personally get 12 terabyte with model things flashing into IT mode. You must be rich. Okay, also by the way, I wonder maybe we should one day check why the build time estimate for that is so much off here. Somehow that says. Okay, somehow performance slightly less. By the way, is Matic still here? Matic? So found a dude on eBay. Did ReiserFS patch end up working? Yes, so far it appears to be working. Welcome. I committed this in your GitHub ID thing. I hope that's okay as you contributed this improvement. So, and thank you again for your contribution, Trap. I really appreciate this. Then, right, what I wanted to do is, so this mods.js doesn't work anymore, and that's of course not ideal. Let's quickly check some things here. Yeah, it appears to be working. I mean, I manually tweaked two things, which, I mean, it was working, but according to the documentation, this read one stuff should only be done with log held, and the log appears to be, the inode log appears to be held, so I changed two things, or I had manually done them yesterday, but it worked with the wrong things, and I changed it to what I think is more correct, and I tweaked some text just because, but the rest appeared to be indeed working. We are building, good luck what we are building. We are building a Linux distribution here. Look at this. Here, we're only live developing a Linux distribution, live co-working. Actually, should I update it? But we have. So that's what we do for 25 years, increasingly popular Linux distribution. The problem here with this mods.js, I noticed this like literally today, trying to keep our things building. Fan on things, they get hot. Check memory storage things. Okay. So this did not build, and this is also how I broke my X1 Elite install earlier this morning. I broke that by trying to build this mods.js and running out of space. Somehow this corrupted there. I don't even know what strange things file system. I mean, maybe today BetterFS really broke due to that, apparently. Maybe. Yeah, BetterFS running out of space. I mean, first it becomes slow, and I mean, it did never corrupt for me, but who knows what's going on there also like this is. The thing is, this will not even build. We could cancel this basically. Because it didn't build, and I tried to update this to something like 140, not Firefox. The problem though with this stupid stuff here is does GNOME work? This is because like so. Wait, what? Update. The problem with the mods.js version that we have that used to work is that now the Mach build stuff complains that Python is too new. Yay. Or actually, actually first it's syntax errors in Mach Python things, and then it says, oh, by the way, your Python is newer than the last one we tested, so yeah, maybe good luck. So yeah, 2026, how many build systems and Python things and everything. So what else do we have here? Things, crash fixes. I guess we want crash fixes, right? Does this even, oh, did I apply the other things already? Let's quickly, oh, that needs Python things. Cool. Which thing needed lib AI, because that, is that even a real thing? Let's let this continue load in the background because we're multitaskers. Here's a new stable. I think it changed from 24 to 25. Oh, more patches. Fix build cryptography. Which is what? Delete that? Is that like obsolete? The cache didn't change anything. I applied it already in the meantime, I believe. Spark Linux, insufficient. Debian port things, fails to boot on T5-2 in. USB core, no USB. Remaining issues. Okay. Thank you for your contribution. What is here? Not applying patch or something? Actually, no, it shouldn't. Why did this not? Python is missing Ginger too. This naming here is of course not ideal, but which was it? lib A, right? Besides, this is also sus. Git program. Now it wants even more stuff. Is it even? What is it even? lib A. Is it like? It's equivalent, right? Okay, that's indeed a real thing. Needs to be dealt with separately, but found an option with that. One day we will find. I mean, if we wanted to brute force it, we could have some high performance ARM or stuff, continuously build stuff without dependencies, but okay, that is much newer. Okay, that there. Netle, I don't know. Is that like real? Oh. Is this optional? I guess we test another day. Marking one optional dependency, getting a new one, but I have no idea if that's required for any functionality. I mean, the excessive dependencies often surprise me again and again. What do we lose by that? Okay, we found two optional dependencies for whatever they are used. Means this X values, by the way, that's probably off. So maybe because it's X license, maybe because it's X and MIT and who knows what. Okay, well, doesn't care. Like if someone wants to correct the license, send a patch. There's some libgcrypt stuff going on though. Is this also optional? Where's even the netle now? Hey, ReiserFS didn't die yet. Okay, I think I need to force dash. I think I accidentally removed this. Oops. There is netle again. Yeah, this GP maybe too, but Need to shortly enter password back in a second. And then, by the way, did this, oh, this works. Here, hotkeys, things. Doesn't turn off sound. Yes, so true. What's my password then? And my double, what's it called? So what else do we have here? Yep, but I typed some more stuff. You don't know which part on which double security. What was it? Was it double? Ah, whatever. Yes, I know. Stereo. We hear every key. Yes, but which is which? Stops the channels. Yes, next time I mute that too. Then we were in the middle of Mods.js here. Left is left, right is right. No, I know. What? You guys confuse me. We need, yeah, but we need more people taking off stupid load, like stupid package management out of from me. Can people like can we find a dedicated GNOME maintainer? Like, is nobody liking GNOME here? Yeah, we need to put. Yeah, that's the reality. I need to put a little bit extra desktop work in here for people to use T2 Linux. I neglected that way too long. I mean, KDE is amazing now, and Cosmic mostly. I can like GNOME for 200 a month. Like, no, do I look like you? Can you ask the shaman at the GNOME Foundation? Trap can wipe code it for most T2 is now slopware. Gnomes are tiny, but produce big dependencies. I love GNU, not Unix, image manipulation program, toolkit, library, object system, introspect and stuff. If you love it, can you send more patches? We need your patches. So good news. After being so bad in the news, 9950X 3D stuff price came already down €10. Yeah, I should. I don't even know what. I mean, maybe as long as I don't really need it, maybe I should not buy it. Okay, price came down another €1. I think the fair price. I mean, this is, as most reviews, I don't agree with the reviews that it's unnecessary, but it's certainly Intel. But again, in historic context, it's not even that expensive, because for when 3950X and 5950X were new, they were also 999, at least in Europe. So in historic context, I mean, plus some years of inflation, this price is even okay. But in current context, I would, a fair price would be 100. I would give it €100 over this one. So a fair price would basically be 700. I mean, 720. But yeah, what is even the 9950X? Do they even, they are 500. I mean, that's crazy at how everything became more expensive. That's basically half of the price of my 79 or 5950X. 4 years of inflation, that's not even that bad. It's crazy that some news site said it's outselling. This is even outselling most in. Some news site did run that it's outselling Intel. That even this CPU. Yeah, here has outsold every Intel on Amazon here. Is that not crazy? All the reviewers like don't buy overpriced stuff, like not worth it. And like yet gamers are so rich, or I don't even know who. Like even I'm not rich enough. It's crazy that like wait, this is 3D. Wait, what? Second most? Okay, I clicked here wrong. Shows worrying trend for Intel seems to be getting worse over time. Did I even click here right? Yeah. I mean, for every reviewer saying overpriced don't buy, and it still outsell. Even this overpriced don't buy reviewer recommendation outsells every Intel processor on Amazon, which is mind-boggling. Yeah. Okay, that actually surprisingly built. What's GNOME? Oh, we need this. The thing is, GNOME JS needs to build with this. It makes no sense to update this. Yeah, big city life. It makes no. Yeah, it wants 140. Damn it. So that helps. This helps bloody nothing. I hate this dependency. Hell is build and make is in your opinion Darkstar multiple count agents build and make somehow so unimportant. GNOME JS, nothing to patch. Which is that here, 140? Yes, 140. Do you think they would have changed the API since then? Do you think we can just patch that and it will just work? You cannot tell me they changed the API constantly for that not to work anymore. Or would they? Please don't tell me they. README. Spider Monkey must be built with ClankCL, be able to wire Firefox things of news. Do you think this will work, you all? Wasn't there a thing about Ryzen allowing fast memory and now no official support for faster memory? Holy memory bottleneck and still only support DDR5.6. I mean, official support is relative. I mean, even I run this old 9950X, even I run this with Happy that you great AMD got more power, at least in benchmarks, but throws more power more than AMD. By the way, better power down mode things. Make is the name of a program, build is a process. What did you build and make? Build, make. Okay, this does not just work. Good that we tested this. Okay, they apparently changed that every now and then. Wonderful. That's what open source developers waste their time with. Ever-changing API shit. So we need to make this to build. On my Qualcomm, it failed. On my ARM64 VM, it failed with... wasn't there a thing about Infinity Fabric? Infinity Fabric is... I mean, higher. Okay, let's... Okay, download. Yeah, font and keyboard, we have that while we wait for the download. Here, font is that. Comic code, right? But probably knew that. And the keyboard is Nufi or Nufi or whatever, Field 75 HE, Gateron, White, Hall Effect things. Things here. I mean, we could already prepare to steal the pet from someone. Clearly they probably must have patched that, right? Also, we don't have, we have 140. Why do they not have, do they have 140? We also need git though, back to package. Do they not have 140? Source file, influx spam, do they not like have 140? They have 140. PC does not contain DXP Unix. Change use of string with. Use non-deprecated ast value. Pitch JSON to work. Oh, here. 3.1. Bug stuff. Make enable work with Rust 1.9. Make enable Rust SIMD work. Oh, but 3.1 is sus. Why 3.1? 3.14. Nah. Every distribution. Oops. This is wrong. Doesn't plop more. It's like there's raw. Yeah, everyone of you T2 users could have done this. Hotfix Python 3.14 patch. One, two, three. Would really appreciate if some of you can some of the patches, or at least super thank and membership and subscribe and all the other stuff in between. Do we have here any errors? Error? Do we need error? Constant attribute error? Constant .json s? Yeah, it's annoying that, I mean, yeah, 2,500 news distributions, and they all have to constantly import patches. Some of the only constant change and regression stuff is a little bit exhausting here for keeping GNOME and JavaScript and stuff. Never people are so obsessed about keyboards, lol. Yeah, me neither. I basically, this is my first quite fancy keyboard. Okay, shit, this still doesn't bloody work. Why not? Did I touch this wrong? Or did I wait? Oh, did I do this in J? No, I did it here. That's annoying. I mean, maybe it is attribute E. Maybe it's the other patch. They had here fix us. Is that attribute E? Get attribute. Is it? Oh, that's in Python. Removal in O. There's also that. What do we even have here? Oh, we have more. Oh, holy, is this stupid? Even more bloody shit. Oh. Cannot mix this shit up. Which, okay, then we delete. That. Did we have that? That. This is wrong. Patch JSON things. This we had, huh? Fix us. Cannot mix this shit up, man. So hope I didn't mess this up. Let's say even UT2 people could do this. What you mean is look at that. What? I'd go home. I'd go home from what? He says even UT2 could do that when. What do you mean? Take look at what shit? What do you mean? I think like craft 10 years and functionized tools life. Multiple rubber ones die on me because of extensive. I did not had a keyboard die on me ever, I believe, but I had multiple to clean. Which orange website? Orange website? Which orange website? We're not dealing with Trump here. We don't have no orange men here. Okay, yeah. Just even stealing the patches. Thank you for the friends at Arch Linux. We should in the future Firebase, Codebase, something like that. Firebase, Mozilla Firefox things. Yeah, the whole state of the desktop, like the desktop should not depend on JavaScript and then some old version, like somehow all of this stuff is not very optimal. Yeah, these days we have like gazillion, like we have JavaScript in Firefox, another in Chrome, another in Thunderbird, another in GNOME, another in KDE, and another in WebKit GTK, another in Qt. It's like plus the one in QML. It's like you boot a desktop and you have 5 different JavaScript versions running. I mean, plus the one in Adobe Acrobat or whatever Acrobat Poplar. Like, this is still not bloody? Okay, this is just... yeah, it's... Oh, I could actually... Lost opportunity of... Nothing much changed. Cache. Okay, nothing much. I mean, yeah, could have, but YOLO. I mean, hey, ReiserFS did not die on us yet. Running on vibe-coded ReiserFS. Once a GA reinstall. Yes, I know that. Just wanted to commit this first. We probably need to rebuild quite some gear if we wanted. Yeah, it all started, and that is how I broke the Qualcomm this morning. And what do I do about the? What do I do about the? What did I wanted to say? It's all started. I noticed, but that's the thing. I mean, I'm not daily driving this, and I will not daily drive GNOME. Can we know? Is there not a single, like, we have hundreds of people watching in Twitch and YouTube combined? It's like, how many, like, comment now? Which desktop environment are you primarily using? Comment now. Show me a sign of life and support and stuff. Okay, that's not significantly. On your, what do you mean your distro? Do you also build a distro? And if so, well, finding Cloud, I did not use it enough to know yet. Xorg i3 GNOME, but I'm painfully lazy and stupid. Like, you can change this. Like, change painfully lazy and stupid. Don't delay, switch, and help maintaining tutorials today. It will make you happy. I guarantee you. And it will definitely will make me more happy. No, because it works and I don't want to waste testing something else. Okay, fair enough. But you're not on T2 Linux. Are you on T2 Linux yet? Okay, that's not enough of a change for random reasons. Okay, all I wanted today was, what did I think I updated something today. Sushi, of course. That needed some more dependencies. Probably needs to rebuild quite some gear things. We should check our documentation. And then and wipe coded the package manager and build the distro from scratch. Like, why? Like, recently? And don't you wanna? What stops you from using and contributing to T2 Linux? Like, do you really think it's worthwhile to start another Linux distribution at 2500? Not enough? Aliens, yes. So on my X1 Elite Qualcomm, I had everything here except mods.js, and now I broke it. Repo, he has T2 competition. He is the T2 competition. Curl things, warning things of upstream glib things. Cinnamon would also try to make something more robust and for code. But I use KDE because it doesn't treat me like a baby user and can actually get things done. Yeah, I mean KDE is like, I mean GNOME is just a meth. Like not only UI wise, but also dependency hell wise. I mean, plus it needs object introspection, which we can't cross compile, which is an additional complete pain here. Probably events, whatever. I guess we quickly knowledge base 8 or whatever that was, fresh install stuff of let's go. Like where is my own thing here, right? T2 install. Okay, that we had done. We don't need to reforce it, so that's done. Let's not waste time with that. And maybe just GTK potentially in case tools no glycine. No. Chaffer? I don't remember. Dependencies. Cinnamon is based on GNOME. T2 doesn't have multilib for gaming. It's just a personal project. I mean, multilib for gaming this is like the most silly thing like bloody ever. I mean, not having it is relative, but it's so frustrating. KDE support Wayland 20, so unless you want box support Ubuntu with GNOME. What? What do you mean use Ubuntu with GNOME? What? Yeah, KDE is the most seamlessly complete experience, and also not like GNOME is also like, first of all, in my opinion, GNOME is, I mean, not in my opinion, in my objective work with the code base, like GNOME is just an order of magnitude more dependency hell and G-object introspection. But the other thing is also that GNOME is somehow way less overall polished and integrated in things. And then there's also that GNOME is somehow more optimized in the direction of touch and tablet-like touch stuff, and KDE is for me a little bit more optimized towards like desktop computing things. Okay, somehow upstream glib really ain't the most happy here for whatever reason. Maybe I should. What's even bloody going on with that thing? Upstream. What has this thing today? What incompatible? G error or what? Failed to load. Ah, this is docbox shit. Okay, this is somehow a regression we need to debug. I just don't like. Doesn't someone of Team T2? I can't download an image. Yeah, it's this is probably not ideal for our market share, right? That's very not 10x engineering. Yeah, I brought something. Yeah, that's not ideal for market share. Does this reproduce? Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is a new overview. Yeah, I know that's not ideal now. Why is this? Oh, because the text is now lower. Yes, I know. I pushed this in production without being ready. That's a clever 10x engineering move. S O T or S X S L style. Oh, no build. Yeah, we need to debug, like someone needs to debug why this needs to rebuild. It's probably something completely stupid. How do you compare programming language it's with a linker. What? So I think this fixes this. It's of course not ideal. Besides, theoretically, I don't even want this. I mean, shout automatic for figuring that out. Yeah, that's so frustrating. I put so much time into making all this stuff work, and then this docbook stuff is somehow broken. Again, regression. Plus, I sabotage myself with Python smart depends isn't breaking my downloads. It's of course smart depends. Oof, you all dependencies, like you cannot make this shit up. Like GNOME, like this dependency, like this dependency, Helen, the ever only constant is change in regression, so burns me out, you all. Oh, here, this even. Oh, you need smart depends in there. Wonderful. Not even sure why this doesn't. What comics? Ah, wonderful. I remember this stuff. Yeah, we need to. What do we do with the release? The problem is that the release was basically done and tested, but then we changed so much again because why do we always? I mean, to save electrons, I could just I mean, basically we were waiting for Linux kernel. Does this have? Just wanted to check no typo. And so we wanted, originally, only in the morning, I only wanted to update whatever that was. What was the name of the thing? Ah, sushi, of course. What is that even? It's in incoming. It should probably be in incoming, I think, but it's in incoming because we still wanted to rebuild the Linux kernel, Agentic AI. And then I only looked into this GTK source view for, wait, this is also wrong. I only looked into that, I only started to build that because I wanted to cache these dependencies for the next user. Yeah, I hate not only Python, that's why I start to hate all the open source ecosystem, because it constantly breaks everything. Yeah, it's an incoming because we wanted to update the kernel. The only problem is we were not even, yeah, theoretically we still have one. I mean, are we in a hurry? No. That's what incoming is doing. I should just not have GST text. What's that even? Probably GStreamer. Maybe some basing GST. Not gear. Yeah, not gear. Often separate pure what? What did it want? GST tag one. Which package would that be? GST files in GStreamer is a base. Wait, tag? There is a tag? RS. What? What am I looking at? Rust bindings? Hello? What was it? Don't tell me this needs some Rust stuff that we didn't package yet. Oh, holy shit. But hey, ReiserFS didn't try, like our wipe code finalized ReiserFS upstream deleted because can't support the shit anymore. Like with test building on, I can't make this shit up ReiserFS. It didn't die yet. Thank you, Trap. Okay, what else is going on in the world? I'm not sure what this here is. This is so strange. Is this like mirrored from? This is bizarre. Why is this a package thing? I don't understand. Oh, there it is. It is in base. Hey, look at this. Okay, can we get finally sushi? Did I check what sushi is? Sushi, core GNOME sushi package because I didn't know what this shit is. Maybe improve file previewer. Maybe we should update the method. Oh, that build, look at this. So this previously never built because we don't care enough about GNOME. Oh, that doesn't have more readme. Cool. Yeah, that is that's my grief with this complexity. So these font things are partially sus, but free fonts is, I think it does some strange documentation things. That's my grief with this modern naming. This is modern naming, like somehow since 20 years, all the new GNOME and KDE hipster people randomly name shit, and like now, at macOS, you know, QuickTime, Quick Views. I mean, Spotlight, okay. Is it Spotlight? I mean, Spotlight is a little bit. Maybe they run. I mean, like literally Sherlock or whatever, but something's trademarked, right, for reasons. But see all the other stuff in as plugins, space. Look at that, another first time ever building stuff for that things. But yeah, in KDE and GNOME and other things, like so funny names like sushi and preview are basically the same things in you say they have preview too? Is that what you're saying? Not sure what, but I mean, thus, why is this sushi? I mean, okay, because small thing and this, or I do. You had me at sushi. How to become a pro like I guess shall like subscribe, follow all the videos, learn a lot. Maybe don't delay install T2 Linux. Read some computer science books. Do low level things. Maybe try T2 Linux. I heard T2 Linux makes, like, if you manage to install, use, and contribute some patches to T2 Linux, I heard that totally makes people a pro. Then you can put on your resume, on your CV, you can put I certified T2 installer and user. Like, by the way, I'm T2 Linux user, right? That helps with most job applications, I heard. Do we, by the way, have... No, we don't have a priorities there. Good. Yeah, that's probably okay-ish for first cache thing here since 2021. There goes a cache. A small step for T2, a big step for having more GNOME things working. Become a maintainer to the thousands of packages, like only one package. You only need to maintain one package. That's enough. Okay, you all. I guess enough work done for today. A little bit earlier. Although many people watching. Although I mean, we could theoretically. As so many people are watching, we could maximize view time, right? Clickbait and things. Yeah, we could all day also like how to become a pro, like don't delay install it to Linux and then install some GNOME things. And if you manage some dependency hell stuff and center some patches, then you can call yourself much more a pro than ever before. And can put in your email signature, by the way, I installed it to Linux. So for, I guess this we probably could, I mean the only thing is like now Telos, and once upon a time, actually, you know what, let's try, did we build with, I think we installed with KRDC things of that one here, right? And probably change those for security. Here, look at this T2 Linux. And because the thing is, what I wonder then, I mean, besides integrated T2 things, hey, on Riser 3, totally snappy, but better delay and install with better as things. Terryman TempleOS, yeah, TempleOS is nice and stuff, but have you seen T2 Linux? What's Nautilus doing? Did Nautilus do Nautilus things? Or did this already fail for dependency healthy things? Oh, upstream things, glycine things. Why did this even fail? Yeah, we should actually finish this, release this, and publish them. But the question is, so what date do we have? Should we invest the electrons and in I mean, kinda we shouldn't. Like, until we get more news users and sponsors, we gain very little from rebuilding that. Like, maybe I just rebuild Linux kernel and call it a day, huh? That would be smart. Things. Why did this? What did it still fail here? Of this failing lib AOM, lib advita? What oh, that doesn't something download? 404. Oh, we don't have git clone. Yeah, that's not ideal. We should, I mean, if just everything were, yeah. I mean, the Terry TempleOS references, I have quite some on my channel, especially on my viral YouTube, on my viral kernel developer video. I'm, of course, aware of, I mean, I never was really, I mean, it's certainly quite some achievement. I was never a fan of TempleOS because I didn't like it really the most for what it is, but it's of course a very sad story, but also not too dissimilar for a lot of open source developers who do so much and get so little recognition, right? Basically, don't delay, watch this video today. We need to get this to 3 million views. It has 2.5 million views, right? 2.5 here. If we continue with, like, when will this get, we need, how many do we need? We need 500,000 views. We currently get like nearly 5,000. So 5,000 is 3 zeros. What did I say? 500,000. So shit, 500 days. 500 more days? you need to share, like, subscribe. Like, you need to, like, let's make this until Christmas, right? I have an idea. All of you go hype, share, like, and subscribe this video and stuff, and make sure that until Christmas we are at 3 million views, right? Even the first one, Skywise, was some serious. Skywise, I vaguely remember what. I mean, the Skywise was, yeah. But the thing is, the TempleOF is not very professionally usable. It's a major achievement, but, like, overall it was just, like, batshit crazy or so. What was with SkyOS? I vaguely... right, I think this guy wanted... This wasn't open source, and he was like, I do it profit or stuff. Yeah, this closed source stuff of... I mean, yeah, that was quite... Yeah, although it was a little bit Windows Vista-y. I remember, yeah. Did he ever release that? Probably not, huh? Yeah. But, like, I don't need such an OS. Like, I need a multi-server microkernel. I mean, these toys are nice, but yeah, at the end of the day, TempleOS also was a nice toy, but wow, just putting in Watch Linux suggests Watch Linux kernel or writing a USB driver. That's good to know. I tried BSD. I have some videos. I, of course, like, at university, I had friends who were hardcore FreeBSD fans. Of course, like, or even, like, of course, I know at Rock Linux, we also had, at Rock Linux, we had some Rock Linux developer who used Rock Linux for all the mainstream things and OpenBSD for all the security router, network security things. I mean, I always said monoculture not good, mix things. Don't delay, try, install, and use stuff T2 Linux against monoculture. And I tried some I mean, I never used them commercially. Dragonfly, OpenBSD, and NetBSD. I'm in general... Yeah, I've been there, I've tried that. Of course, these videos are, like, really from I've not installed it in 20 years. That's basically computer, like, Linux developer expert tries BSD. And I mean, it's of course not too dissimilar with T2 Linux. Like, why does this shit build so long? It's not too dissimilar with the T2 Berlin software distribution, the T2 BSD. But of course different, but also, like, some things, like, if people accuse me of, like, our installer is shit, like the BSD installers were also, like, I would actually argue the BSD installers were all mostly less intuitive than T2 Linux. Yes, T2 Linux, I mean, you mostly press enter there and stuff, but I mean, the NetBSD people, like, I think with half of the installers, I made some mistake of not selecting XOR stuff and then having to, like, not have XOR. But I mean, sure, if you know that, but all I'm saying is, I mean, yeah, it's for how high profile those, like, famous and computer legacy history and big these projects are, they were surprisingly not really better than T2 Linux. Okay, blueprint command thing of why does this fail? Blueprint compiler, do we have that? Nautilus wants Word, but that's also the thing with GNOME. You need G-object introspection, you need Vala, you need blueprint compiler. How does this thing fail here? Of, like, don't even know, like, modern shit, like, I'm hiding how it fails in a bloody log because diagnostics would be too expensive and difficult. What's failing here? Interactive module thing of Geo, is it just missing some, no module GI repository, no module named GI repository? What is GI repository? GIR repository? Wow. I'm not even sure what the heck that is. Why does this depend on everything? Oh, holy shit. You had one job. OpenBSD had KD Plasma 6B42. What do you mean they had Plasma 6B42? But like OpenBSD has so limited drivers, even if it had, I mean, I find it hard to believe the last, literally what I said, what the fuck? What precisely do you mean with literally what you said? That they had KD Plasma 6B42? I mean, given how much update work we did, I mean, which 6? You mean like 3 years ago? Or when 6 came out? I have it hard to believe because we did quite some YouTube and Twitch sprints of packaging all the shit years ago, so... I mean, maybe they had, I don't know. I mean, yes, I did not update KDE and GNOME for 10 years, from 2008 to 2018 or something. But like the last years, we had a pretty long live streaming track record of making all the shit build and package this stupid stuff things. And I wonder what precisely this is and why it depends on everything. Like, is this some... I mean, you cannot make this dependency hell up. This is also like what's this thing doing? Hello, okay. It just builds gears of all gnomes until it got deprecated. What? It just built the gears of all GNOME? It got deprecated? Why is Nautilus wanting to use it then if it got deprecated? They posted the news article first. I don't know. I mean, at the end, does OpenBSD even have most major graphic driver DRM things like KDE Plasma 6 helps me little if my 3D acceleration doesn't work, but can you explain what T2 is and how it's compared to Gentoo and Buildroot? Nautilus, batshit crazy. I mean, Nautilus did work. Why does this not check out here? Is Git GNOME or is Git GNOME, like, is this down because they moved to GitLab? With skipped years, if this depends on everything, I'm not impressed. And if it's deprecated, I mean, the GNOME people YOLO shit together, you all. Oh, here, T2 Linux things of. You Google something and you find your own thing. Gear of Git basics, like, you cannot make this shit up. Yeah, Google is as impressed as I am. Doesn't need GI parse to be set like GIMP. Guess it needs... Oh, is that what it was? It is what it needs? That is a possibility. This one? The crazy thing is I had Nautilus built and working not too long ago. Like I always test build this, so why did it build previously and not? I mean, maybe it's the latest update, but like so you say? Did this typelet parsing, so command things, blueprint, no. That is set, but hey, at least the sushi thing built. Basically, don't delay test build GNOME things in T2 today because support ain't amazing yet. GRPy from GR repository import GI repository, but that's some Python thing, huh? Is it from import? Is this missing some Python GR thing? Py object. That's possible. PyG object. Your guess is as good as mine. I lost overview with this crazy stuff, but that would explain why it built for me. I sometimes build Nautilus for testing, and the last month it usually built, but maybe I had this other crazy stuff. We need to analyze someday why we miss some Python dependencies. That's of course super error prone. Oh, maybe that did something. Okay, but now we have the issue that it needs. Did we package this already? Okay, apparently that's a thing. What did we do with gexif? Do we have both? Thank you, Andre. We reverted this update, right? Ah, you mean that one where? Yeah, you mean this one here, right? Which version is that? 0.16? Or how should even versions this? So normally we don't do dashes, but that's super annoying, you all. This is just silly. I mean, oof. Theoretically, usually we do old version with version suffix, so what time do we have, by the way? So historically the T2 way, because like this old version will eventually which one? G2 014. So the thing in T2 is like we always expect this old version to eventually go away. So the little bit forward disrupting way, because the dependencies not to pollute the future history, but rather have it's pros and cons, but so that would be as imperfect as everything is. This version, right? Active. So the question is, what is the old version? 14, right? So that would be. This would be big. We don't use dots, so this is amazing. No. And what should we do? If you have a better idea, please let me know. It's 14, right? Got to do what you got to do to manage all these crazy dependency things. So what do you think of code? Still think it's useless? I mean, it's not useless. It's just expensive and resource like environmentally polluting. Oh, we have some override thing, but that's the only thing that probably needs to be patched away. I will commit it like that. And please someone patch this away. It's just, I mean, it's just not scalable. You see already, I mean, even if you say, hey, Nautilus, yay. Don't delay. Now we have GNOME. Due to turbo capitalism, the companies rush unfinished, totally not scaling stuff to market in the short-term hunt of short-term profit and destroying the world economy with the next bubble to burst. So overall, plus all the, like, even if it would be large language model AI, I think that's like, I would think the negative outweighed the few half-baked positives. And that's as usual with humankind, and especially the US-led turbo capitalism, if that is somehow a fair assessment. Oh, cool. Ah, wait, setting is not installed. I remember this stupid shit. Like, I remember that. What? Oh, you cannot make this shit up. Yeah, you didn't install the stuff at segmentation folds. I just don't, like, what was this? I literally don't remember what this tracker thing was. Does someone remember? I think they renamed it also. Was it Tiny Sparkle or was it something? Or I mean, maybe Git will, maybe T2, maybe it was schemas. No, I think tracker was something else, and I think they renamed it. And this tracker thing is now. It was something silly. It's. I mean, most of the depths here are silly. Tiny, yeah, something of that sort. If it was Sparkle, I don't remember. I mean, is it pretty? No. If you have a better idea, let me know. What did it say? Tracker 3? Download latest from what do you mean? Reinstall what? 620? Well, I don't know your question. I don't understand your question. It said tracker 3 minor. Minor? What was this minor thing? I vaguely remember this. This one? Maybe? I don't know. Stupid shit. Yeah, that's why I'm not using GNOME. I will also not use GNOME again. GNOME will like... I rather write my new A1 desktop environment. I rather write an AI desktop environment than this stuff here. This is GNOME Online account, right? Cannot make this shit up. I mean, yes, T2 should have this better covered. Oh man, is this... Oh, holy shit. Did this not previously cache correctly? You cannot make this abundance of dependency hell up. It's outrageously ridiculous. Yes, we should do a better job, but at the end of the day, I'm not into this here, you all. GCR. What was curb 5? Probably, hopefully, mark optional dependency. There's this GCR thing. Oh, holy! You can only substitute for dependencies is more dependencies. I think the thing doesn't have a valid cache file, or it's not the right thing. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, don't delay. Send more patches for this cursed stuff. Because like the GNOME desktop is such a fail. How somehow most of the Linux ecosystem distributions, it's like, oh. I feel like if people, instead of creating a new Linux distribution and forking some theme .file collection of writing, and put that work into desktop environments, like the open source desktop Linux space would be a better place. The worst thing is I don't even know if that is that thing here. Like it's not. I don't even like this is just outright like ridiculous. Curb 5. Holy, I mean that didn't build for reasons. Can this be disabled? That's true by default. I guess curb 5. I mean, I guess more. I mean, this might not even be the right thing, but at least we found some optional dependency. It's always a good thing of not building absolutely cursed dependency things. That's your question. I mean, you don't need to reinstall. I mean, it's at least. I mean, yeah, that is the extra dedication here after work doing these things. Okay, this has still tracker. That's what we wanted originally. Pumps the time tracker. I remember that this tracker was stupid. This was something stupid. GCR, I don't know, maybe it needs GCR. Oh, good, everything here. Yes, exactly. Welcome, Santa Finn. How are you doing today? What was this thing now? This was what we wanted all the time, right? I remember they renamed it. GNOME tracker miner rename package name and oops, also redisable rebrand. Local search. I think it was local search. You all that local search. Here, of course, it's that. What else should it be, right? I mean, almost like we should add this to GNOME tracker miner things packaged under the name tracker miners in most things. Some older distribution things as of rebranded as local search, formerly tracker 3. Is that not amazing? If that ain't amazing, then I don't know what is. We even have that here. Why did this not? I even added that there, like damn it, but not enough. Tracker miners 3. Tracker miners, previously known as tracker miners. Why did this not match? Tracker 3 miners. Cannot make this shit up. Why did this not build? What dependency hell does that one? I think in the future AI can speed up. I mean, eventually, currently it's slowing it down and making all the stuff deleted. In the future, maybe eventually. Maybe by then the Linux kernel will be replaced by ReduxOS. FSIOC things undeclared. Where the heck is that coming from? That did build a while ago. FSIOC. What the heck do they do here? Local search, right? Mm, 3.11.1. 3.11.1. A week ago. A week ago and broken. What new or does it? Or don't tell me it needs super now. Fastly, very. Just go fuck yourself. Maybe it wants even newer Linux headers and data didn't test build that. Man. Would it build like that? 2719. Wait, is it even the right one? Oh, no, it isn't. Wait, what? Setup failing? What is failing here? It starts building. Oh, there's an, I overlooked this. Ninja. Super intuitive installation stuff these days. Source, indexer, tracker, indexer, tree, method, things of. Did I fix file it? Eventually we could update Linux kernel headers again, but there, wonderful. Quickly patching that in. When did they add that? Which year? It was so recent. Undeclared. A seccomp. Yeah, modern code. So many. Wait, what? Did I not look there enough? Oh, damn it. What was it even? Can't make this shit up. If they don't use the latest features, then I don't know what's AI summary here. AI mode. Give me that thing. Waste your energy. 6.10 was first introduced in 6.10. What do we ship? Nine bumps is a little bit what could possibly be wrong. I mean, we rarely update this because, like, I wasted so much time in my life of updating this 20 years ago, and like once they even broke the joystick API. I mean, not that this was mission critical, but like unless you use that to fly a space station or stuff. I looked T2 everywhere, didn't find a thing, didn't know that KDE is that much better in terms of complexity. Did you miss you? No one override? I have no idea. How should I know if I miss you? Joystick was broken 20 years ago. I said it each time we update this, it breaks stuff once even joystick. This GNOME thing here is broken. And so on applies. What's it? 2007? It's like, yeah, the only substitute for. Oh, config things, of course. What did we just? 6. What? Oh, that's nearly the latest. Where are we here? 6 stuff. No SED like this one. But I wondered if Linux kernel development is hard for a person which spent 12 years on back-end things in high. I mean, it depends of what knowledge you have. If you have surrounding knowledge, then, I mean, you need some low-level knowledge. Do you like suck on what? Do you like suck on what he has been able to achieve at the young age, or do you think he was super lucky? Like, suck is a complete. I mean, the crazy thing. Yeah, I better don't comment further on this. I mean, he was totally lucky. He's not very talented or skilled. Sorry to say this. I mean, yeah, the thing is, he is, like most rich people, a con artist. I'm just a tech artist, and that's why we sit here in the basement and do Linux open source things. Similar to, I mean, Bill Gates is also. I mean, I've not been there, not done that, but from what I'm seeing, like those, like from this mafia-like business practices, like those people have not been. These people not only have been at the right time at the right place, they also just scammed and illegal business practices stuff. Yeah. Greedy businessmen, like, yeah, most tech people do not become rich. Con artists, greedy businessmen, like those people are not rich for no reason. Like, they are the richest people are because they are super greedy, scammy, scumbag businessmen. I guess update this. Let's add here some comment of why the heck we updated this. Might break other random things, but eventually we need to update it anyway. Why not sometimes update it a little bit, right? A little bit things. Oh, look at this. Like, maybe that needs. Look at this. Leads as a version. Actually, violate it. Probably mostly better. Yeah, this after work stuff keeps desktop Linux alive. GIMP needs that too, so GIMP should build, it did build the other day, it usually builds. And just like this. I mean, a little bit unexpected, didn't really want it to do that. Like basically the more you shall like subscribe, basically the hundreds of viewers here, 100 on YouTube and 100 on Twitch motivated me to continue with this stuff a little bit. Otherwise I would already have gone home. So that's what you need to shall like and subscribe more for, and make sure you tune in here. Best Superthink and Patreon, and support through all the other amazing means. Every dollar, like even, I mean, of course, only if you have something, but many people have $1, and that would, like, imagine if we would have more financial headroom, we could even pay more T2 people and build a real getting stuff done foundation. Maybe I should rethink our previous talk about AI desktop things. I mean, so I marked that here in the hope other people, did I not mark that? Probably, like I hope in the mark other people apply it then. Otherwise I do it later. Set SNES, super SNES things, GPU powered SNES. The first thing, Neo Geo thing, and things. If you want to join that Discord, that is just a token dollar of motivation thing away. Right, as seen here previously, any member, subscriber, Patreon, PayPal donator, or just Patreon. Also, electrons, green electrons expensive. You need to invest in solar cells too. Oh, look at this, just like this. We better update that too, because it at least needs. So I'm not sure what that is about. Oh, that's probably not good, but that here is important. I'm not sure about that one really. Maybe the Python thing, I don't know. That's a little bit sus, but does potentially maybe not hurt the most, but it needs that, so we better cache that. So which do we have? Those two. Oh wait, did I not? Did I just commit this already? Maybe I did. I mean, this is a nice unexpected thing we need to keep an eye out for. I mean, you know what? Let me edit this second gexif thing there away. I guess it's not really. Maybe the shared file from Python thing. Basically, I mean. Okay, you know what? That's okay. Now it's. Okay, let's include it there just in case. Yeah, this thing is a little bit. Yeah, not sure. Maybe you did not see this previously. I think I'd previously seen this gone away, but basically the caches normalize more and more. I mean, yeah, a little bit build time off, but not sure why though. But did we even run Nautilus? Not even, right? So much stuff, and we still. But hey, this vibe-coded ReiserFS patch is still alive. Don't run it in production, but if you need a backup, look at this. Oh, beauty, super beauty. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is also so much wasted space, you all. It's like so little. That's what I mean with touch optimized. Plus, I mean, have you seen the dependency stuff? It's graphic reader drawing, like in visualization, seriously. Anyway, That's it for today. More than expected, more than usual. Some unexpected Linux header things, but we better update this to have more GNOME things building. Control mouse scroll to change smaller. Which one's a Nautilus? Which one's this one? But no, I didn't mean this here. I meant the menu. And that's not changing with control. I meant that waste of strange looking UI stuff. But if you love GNOME, we have that mostly packaged. Don't delay, send more patches. Don't delay, take over maintenance, update some things. And just close all this stuff like. And just like this, can't maintain Reiser for backup reading purposes MyS anymore, only in T2 Linux. Would you look at this? With that, it's time to really go. It is as usual less long. It's too long as usual. Amazing that so many people tuned in, shared, like, subscribe. Nobody super think, but that's okay. Business times are tough for everyone, I know. Hope you enjoyed, learned something, and hope to see you soon for all the other fun stuff to come. Code in the blood, it finds in the